Sarah,
Yes, I can hear you.
but you can't see me.
I can't. You should be able to turn on your video.
I did. I don't know what's going on.
We can see you, Minda. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
Hmm.
Did they not let me in?
No, she just did. Let me see what's going on here. That's enabled.
Thank you, Sarah, for getting everyone in. Hi, I'm Abby. I'm part of the Power to Fly team, so I'm also going to be helping here, but I was still listening in on Sally Krawcheck's talk. So
I know I didn't want to leave it. It's so empowering.
It was, I got a lot of feels when she said that diversity outperforms meritocracy. I got it, giving me all of those flashbacks of working in the financial service industry and being like, oh my God.
I know, being in finance, she's your guru.
I mean, I have to, I'm gonna need to try to connect with her.
100%.
LinkedIn. So Shelly, I still can't see you.
Yeah, I don't know. The camera is not coming on. I might have to switch computers.
Here, do this one.
So I'm gonna leave this meeting and set up a different computer.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll look for you entering again and promote you back to a panelist.
Okay, thanks.
Of course. Yeah, I want to go back and watch the last 10 minutes of the recording that's going on now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Because I also like, multitasking this morning. So I have to go back and rewatch the whole thing, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, really absorb all of her quotes,
Yeah.
all of our speeches.
Yeah. For sure. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff.
It is.
Kayla is trying to get on.
Okay, I'm looking for her.
She needs the link, which I should have.
Oh, yeah, can you send that to her?
Yes.
Thank you. Have Shelly back. Hopefully her camera works now.
There we go.
There we go.
The other camera just, the other computer just, this is Shelly.
Hi, Shelly. Welcome.
So sorry, I don't know what happened.
Oh, it's fine.
The dentist, this side of my mouth is completely numb, so sorry if I'm talking funny.
Actually, I've been in that situation where I like have a cavity or something, and then I feel like my face like is half, but can't tell at all. Like,
Yeah, it looks totally normal, honestly.
The good news is I don't really care. It's more that it's getting the words out. Hi, Minda.
Hey, Shelly. Well, I would ask how you are, but I already know from your mouth situation.
Well, I'm doing a racial equity boot camp for Citi in about an hour. And so they did the Novocaine like at 7 a.m. So it's slowly wearing off. So it's with a couple hundred people. So hopefully that'll be interesting. I love Sally Krawcheck too, by the way. She is amazing.
Oh, so inspiring,
She
honestly.
always talks about diversity, outperforms meritocracy all the time. And it's just so true.
oh my God, I like
all the chills.
I welled up. I'll admit it. I welled up a little bit because it was just like, I worked in the financial services industry and it is something I'm super passionate about. And I remember one of the difficulties for me, I was the first female advisor hired in our small practice. And the head of the office was a really good man, and he had great intentions, but had no idea, practically speaking, how to train a new advisor, how success could look different if it wasn't all that same traditional style of training a financial advisor and stuff. And it made it so difficult for me to have success. And it was like, am I just wrong? Am I just bad at this? Like, do I just not know what I'm doing? And it's like, no, he just had one concept of, this is how men always became financial advisors. And it's like, okay.
I mean, that's where the feminine, it's the soft powers of empathy and listening and learning and understanding and compassion. And, I always say I hire for passion, train for skill, because it is passion outperforms anything. When people care and they feel safe and they bring their best selves to the table, you win every time, unless you want to be a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant. But other than that,
And we'd like for them to have skills as well.
Yeah. And that's like, I think that's where he was at, was like, she's really passionate, she's obviously interested in this because I was, and I was able to speak on it. But like the training part wasn't quite hitting. There wasn't that like, okay, but now you need to actually train someone on how to do the sales part, frankly, of, because that's part of being a financial advisor at the beginning. And there was just none of that.
Yeah.
So it gave me feels, but it was good.
Are we starting at 10?
Yes, in 2 minutes.
Okay.
We'll have people start to roll in from the last conversation. So should be good to start in a couple minutes.
Yeah, yesterday I would say we didn't see too many people come on before the hour, but like right after, like then you started to see the people hopping in.
Hi, Kayla. How are you?
Hi, Amanda. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Hi, Shelly. How are you?
How are you? I see you there.
I'm doing good.
All right, we should have people starting to come in. I think I see first couple people starting to hop in. I'm assuming Sally must have just been wrapping up. We'll give it another few seconds and then we'll get started.
I've discovered dry shampoo.
Oh, it's a wonderful thing, isn't
Greatest trick in the book.
it? Especially when we're all remote, because then it's like, it just needs to look good. It doesn't actually like, yeah, no, I'm a big fan myself. All right, people are popping in. Might give it another 30 seconds.
Okay.
And we'll get the ball rolling. All right. I see that number is creeping up. So I think more and more people will probably be joining in the next minute. But that said, I will kick things off because, we don't have all the time in the world today, as much as that might be nice, but we should get moving. So, hey, everyone. Thank you so much for joining Power to Fly today at the Diversity Reboot 2020. I hope you're as excited as we are. I hope you got to tune in to Sally Krawcheck's talk and to our awesome programming yesterday. Right now, you're on the inclusion track. So before we get started, I want to go over a couple quick things, housekeeping. So for attendees, your camera and audio will remain off. for the duration of this talk, but we'd still love to hear from you. So feel free to use the chat or the Q&A feature to add comments and questions, and we're going to get to as many of them as possible. If you have any difficulties whatsoever, feel free to chat directly to me, Abigail, or Sarah, my colleague at Power to Fly, and we will try to help you with any issues you may have. If you are looking for SHRM credits, check the top left corner of the screen. You'll see the code that you can redeem for your professional development credits there. And I also want to briefly refer you to our code of conduct, which is included in the chat to ensure that everyone has a great experience on this chat today. Everyone was so awesome yesterday, so I'm not foreseeing any issues. But with all of that said, I want to dive into our first inclusion track of the day, the fight for gender equality, making room for all women. Today, we're joined by Shelly Zalis, the CEO of the Female Quotient, and Minda Hartz, the founder and CEO of The Memo. The conversation is going to be led by our very own Kayla Oye, a talent advocate here at Power to Fly. Without further ado, Kayla, I'm happy to pass it off to you.
Awesome. So yeah, thanks so much, ladies. Thank you guys for joining us to address, these topics. I'm actually just gonna go ahead and jump right in, so we don't have a whole lot of time. But pretty much what we wanted to start the discussion with is we know we've had to examine how advancing gender equality has a pattern of putting white women at the forefront of diversity efforts. So I do want to begin by asking you all, what are your thoughts on what we can do to change this?
Shelly, I'm not a white woman, so I'll let you kick it off. Then I'll give my.
Thank you. I think, first of all, we're thrilled, both of us, Minda and I, so I just want to speak for both of us to be here as a Black woman and as a white woman, because most importantly, equality, gender equality, racial equality is not a female issue, and it is not a Black issue. It's a social and economic issue, and it is a leadership issue. And I always talk about equality is a choice, unconscious bias is an excuse. If you say the word unconscious, you are conscious. And so we are very conscious across the board when you look at parity, policy, and pipeline. Parity, women on average make 82 cents on the dollar. Black women, 62 cents on the dollar. Latina women, 54 cents on the dollar. That is not equal on, in any shape or form. And so as a white woman, one of the things that I can truly create the changes that I want to see is based on my experience as a woman in business, rising the ranks. And, I have a title, Chief Troublemaker. I break all the rules and write the new ones because they just didn't make sense for me in my career. And I know what it's like to be the only woman sitting at a table filled with men. And so a lot of the experiences that, I have been creating, or why I don't just talk about the problems, but I demand solutions for change and measurement for accountability, is because I've been on that journey. And now I want to give back what I didn't have. And when I look at women, it is women across race, age, intersectionality, LGBT, across the board. We need to look after and take care of each other. And so those experiences that Minda might have in the workplace might have some similarities, motherhood bias and, affinity bias and all the different biases, interruption bias that I have exhibited. And then there's the double bind discrimination as a Black woman in business. And so for me, the best way that I learn, that I grow, is listening and creating partnerships, and not just textbook partnerships, real experiential ones where we can grow together and, most importantly, support each other to make the world, but what I focus on is the workplace, a more equal workplace, and most importantly, a more equitable workplace.
Yeah, Absolutely. And I agree with Shelley. I appreciate the work that she's done for all women. And, you know, I think it's important that as a Black woman in the workplace, I wrote this book called The Memo, What Women of Color Need to Know to Secure a Seat at the Table. And we often work in environments where they make a one size fits all approach to how we engage women. And yes, like Shelley said, there are similarities, but as a Black woman, there's just certain things that white women will never experience. And I think it's really important, before we could talk about really what gender equality means, we're going to need white women who are the closest in proximity to power to be able to say, you know what, I do have privilege, and that's not a bad thing. And now that I have privilege, I can share it with other women who have historically been left out of the conversation. And I think we're at a really critical time period where I think it's important for white women to say, you know, look around, look at your circle. How can I be helpful? How can I use my privilege in a way that's beneficial to all women? And it doesn't mean that, you know, how can I put it? It doesn't mean that if I have privilege too, I have privilege, right? So I have to use it to others. I often say that success is not a solo sport. We can't crack this code by being divisive, right? We can't crack this code by not helping each other out. And so I'm really happy that we're having this conversation, because we all have to see each other and humanize the workplace. It's not just a Black issue, right? Or that's books are for those people over there. No, this is a humanity issue. And I think the more we humanize each other, then we can step up for each other. We can call out the biases. We can call out the racism. And that's how you ultimately dismantle a system that never wasn't created for Shelley or myself, right? So it's really important.
And I think that also privilege, Black privilege, white privilege, leadership privilege is responsibility. And for me, there is no way that I am gonna watch and wait. This is legacy, where we have the responsibility to stop admiring the problems and start activating the solutions for change. And most importantly, together.
Yes.
You know, we are better together, and we bring that wholeness to the table, you know, and you know, and I love the expression, you know, don't just give me a seat at the table to fill a quota. Give me a seat at the table because I'm the best. But the only way you're going to know that I'm the best is by seeing me, by seeing you, by recognizing me, and not just thinking we're voiceless. We are not voiceless. We have a voice. It's the unheard. They don't want to hear because they're afraid of the implications then of the actions they need to take. And it's leadership.
Yeah.
And that is why, you know, as Minda said, we go hand in hand, we go together, supporting one another, but doing it because it's the right thing to do, but more importantly, it also is good for business across every aspect of business, from profitability to innovation to culture.
Absolutely. I just thought of, I think last week, Minda, you talked about women being success partners as a, I guess, synonymous word to allyship. And I think that's, I think what both of you are saying. One of the things I wanted to touch on, Minda, even though you did bring up your book, The Memo, I wanted you to talk a little bit kind of about why a book like that needed to be written as a guide.
Yeah, thank you for asking. You know, it's funny that we're talking about the backdrop of, you know, racial equality, racial justice in the workplace, and gender equality. And unfortunately, Black and brown women, women of color, we've always been on the lower end of all the lists, right? The wage gap, the leadership gap, the board gap. And it's unfortunate that we haven't been able to leverage some of those opportunities. And I think when I was reading, I was in corporate America for 15 years. And when I read the business books, most were written by white men and white women. And so, yes, there was great advice that I could take, but it wasn't really speaking to my experience. I always felt left out of the conversation, or an asterisk, right? And so I figured, Toni Morrison, she said, write the book you want to read. And so I wrote the book about my experience as being the only one. And I wanted a legacy, as Shelley said, I wanted a legacy, a generation of women of color to be able to read about their stories. And not only that, our bias would say that this book is only for women of color, but it's really for all women, because how do we show up and be better allies or success partners or better managers or better leaders? It's knowing the experiences of the people that you work alongside with, that you sit on Zoom calls with. And so it's hard to help me and show up for me if you don't understand what I'm going through as being the only one. Yes, many are only women, but then as Shelley said, the double bind, right? You know, I'm the only Black woman. So the jokes that are said that only affect me, right? And nobody says anything about those. You know, for 15 years, I was microaggressed daily. And I settled into those things because I had told myself that this is as good as it gets. And I wrote the book so that Black women, brown women, women of color could say, you know what, I deserve better than this. And I'm going to find a table, or I'm going to build a table that sees me as my full self. And so the last thing I'll say, this book is so important because when my agent went to shop the book around, there's 5 major publishers. 4 of them said there's no audience for a book like The Memo, because those experiences don't happen. They're isolated. And again, when we only look through one lens, we don't have an intersectional lens, we would say that that doesn't happen because it's not my experience, but we all have a various lived experiences. So it's important that we read about these things so that we know when to show up, we know when to step up, and that we can be better humans in the workplace. And so the book did become a bestseller, thankfully. But I cringe at the thought of that book never seeing the light of day, and how many women now can speak up when their company has said we're committed to, you know, our Black employees, and now that gives them the strength to be able to say, well, let's talk about this. This has been my experience. So I think it's so important that we have various voices. And as Shelley said, we all have a voice. We just have to decide how we want to use it.
And I just wanted to jump in because, Minda, from your book, and when you were talking about it, all I kept thinking about was the quote, I think from Maya Angelou, even though a lot of people have said it, but tell me something I may not remember it. Teach me something I may not learn. Make me feel something and I'll remember it forever. And I think that change and systemic change isn't coming from a textbook, and it's not going to become rules of, as we talked about, filling a quote, do this, do that. That isn't going to work. It has to come from our hearts, and that has to be a feeling. And the only way we can truly get that feeling is by sharing these experiences, and not in a silo. When we say that diversity makes the table better, and if there's no room for us, make the table bigger, or make a new table, as Minda just said, these are all so important of why when we talk about success partners and not allies. Allies to me is still passive. We're going to be friends. I'm going to, support you. Supporting you, you don't need my support. We need to be doing this together in a much stronger way than just allyship. Or when we talk about we need male allies, I cringe because we're just giving men more power. Oh man, we need your help to raise us up, right? We didn't make this problem. We need success partners. It's such a brilliant word because it's action oriented. There's a woman that is such an inspiration to me. Her name is Mary Wells. She was the first female CEO of a publicly traded ad agency. She must be 87 years old. And she talks about something called double yourself. And what she says is, if we keep knowing the same people, spending the time within our circles, people that look like us, people that act like us, going to the same restaurants, listening, can't wait to do that again, going to the same movies, watching the same TV shows, we are just regurgitating ourselves of what we know. That perpetuates sameness. It doesn't create the difference, and differences are our greatest strength. She says you need to reach out and have experiences with people not like you, that don't look like you, that don't act like you, that come from different neighborhoods. That's the stretch marks. That's the growth moments. And I think that was, it sticks with me all the time of how are we truly going to create the changes and the culture that we all want to belong to, and that we all feel safe and we all feel secure in. It's about bringing our differences to the table and recognizing that our differences is what makes us stronger and better and more human and more reflective of the world that we live in today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, to the success partner bit, I know that, I use this phrase because allyship, to your point, has been active. And I think primarily it's been badges that we placed on our own selves, right, to make us feel better. But what does it look like to be invested in someone else's success, right? Again, it doesn't take away your success, but it says, hey, success is not a solo sport. We can do this together. And I'm thankful, Shelly, that I've had success partners. I've had white men and women, Black women who've been invested, all sorts of people, LGBTQ, those over 50, right? Mothers, I've had them invested in my success. And it feels different when someone's invested in you, right? So it's not just you're giving me that lip service, but I can see tangibly how you've shown up for me. And you don't have to know somebody to do right by someone. And I think that part of it too, but it's better when we get to know each other and we build these authentic relationships. And you can't do that when we are in these echo chambers.
Kayla, I don't want to hold you back from your next question, but I want to jump on that one because it is just so important. We talk about mentorships and we talk about sponsorships, and it's only perpetuating sameness because you pull up the people like you. And so success is a word of action. Investing is a word of action. And so is proximity. I want to bring in, proximity ship, proximate. Spend 5 minutes with someone that you don't know. Don't judge a book by its cover. Spend 5 minutes with someone. And I can guarantee you with 1000% certainty, and I come from a research background, so I will be very comfortable with that certainty and that, percentage, that you will learn and grow and have new experiences in your world by spending 5 minutes with someone that you don't know and that is not like you.
Absolutely. It's, I think that's where perspective, comes in. And you both kind of have answered this already, but I do want to ask you to kind of dive in a little more about humanizing how we can, well, you as women leaders, how we can humanize, I think, every woman's experience.
You want to start, Minda?
Sure, thank you. I think it's this, right? We have to show up in spaces where there is diversity, right? But if we're always going to the same events with the same people, then we don't get a different perspective. And, for me, I really challenge myself. I stretch myself and I read books. Like right now I'm reading this book about trans life, right? How can I say that I'm a trans activist if I haven't spent time getting to know, educating myself, right? Putting myself in situations where I'm learning, where I'm growing, where I'm stretching. And I think we all can be the leaders that we want to be. We all left the traditional workplace, many of us, a couple months ago. When I think about my leadership and I think about what I want to do, how am I making the workplace better than I left it? And so that's what I would encourage everybody to consider. We're all leaders, right? And just how are we going to leave our footprint? Because right now it's so crucial. We're at this really crucial time in our country, in our workplaces, and it's the decisions that we make or that we don't make that will affect generations of women to come. And so there's been some trailblazing women that we've been benefactors of, right? Beneficiaries of their courage. And so it's going to take courage for us to run this race. And so think about how you want to be a part of it. And I'm so inspired by women like Shelly because I'm a beneficiary of her courage. And we all have to lean into our courage to make the workplace better because nothing, I forget the saying, but nothing easy. It's something like, it takes work. Nothing happens easy. And so if we want to be allies, if we want to be success partners, how do we want to use it? And that starts with our action. And you're here today, otherwise you wouldn't. So it's not like we're preaching to the choir, but it's what you do today and what you don't do will shape the future of work. And so Shelly, I'll kick it over to you.
Yeah, first of all, I just have to say, Minda and I, have been in each other's circles and, most recently, especially, thanks to Power to Fly, bringing us together. And within 5 minutes, Minda sent me, her thoughts based on her experiences that I will now share very publicly with attribution always. And I think the visibility of the invisible, and women have the soft power skills that have been invisible. And now we are seeing those powers of collaboration and empathy and compassion and passion and purpose and resilience becoming the leading, most recognized qualities of the best leaders today. You know, leaders that can listen, that can learn, can talk less and hear more, and most importantly, feel with their heart, because that heart cannot, you can't hide that heartbeat. It's when it's beating really hard, you better pay attention to it and do something about it. And, you know, we talk a lot about leadership is not about age or title, it's about action. Each of us has the power to lead if we choose to. And when you think about legacy, and Minda used the word legacy, what is our legacy? We talk about this next generation. The next generation is the now generation. They are our future leaders. And so what they see happening in the workplace, you know, first of all, they have zero tolerance for companies that talk about what they're going to do, that sign pledges and petitions, but aren't doing anything. They don't want to work for a company like that. They want to work for a company that has purpose in their DNA and is going to create the changes. We can't rewrite history, but we can certainly write our future and what we want that to look like. And it starts, you know, at a very young age, how we are talking to our children, white, Black, across the board, how we are talking to our children, how we are educating our children, how we are creating intersectional worlds, you know, that we live in. And as they grow up, they need to grow up with that in their heart, not in their head. And then they come into leadership with bringing those values to the table. This is how we need to create those changes. And in the current workplace that we have today, we do need to create this culture, not of diversity and not of inclusivity. Those don't go naturally hand in hand, but a culture of belonging, a place where we can all feel safe. We can all feel secure. We can all feel like we can belong. We can all see each other there, and that we are all represented and that we all matter. That is where we need to go. And that is the responsibility of every one of us, regardless of where we sit in an organization. We all have a role to play, and we all have the power to activate the changes that we want to see in the workplace and in the workforce.
Awesome. I think it's really awesome. I think just on both sides, how I think the action talk has really been a key point. I wanted to, I think we have time to jump into maybe one question from an attendee specifically about action. So I kind of wanted to ask you all, 1 second, I'm sorry. So we have someone who asked, could you all give specific examples of how to implement your suggestions across an organization? I thought that was a good question, specific, I think, just to action.
Yeah, I think that action is the key here. Shelley used the word activate, right? You have to activate your leadership. You have to activate your voice. You have to activate your courage. All these things are inside of us. We need some activation. And so one thing that I would say, a way to activate or be a success partner tangibly inside the organization is actions speak louder than words. Right now, we've been talking a lot about, or not in this conversation, but globally, Black Lives Matter. Now, it also starts at home. Do the Black and Brown lives matter inside the workplace that you employ, right? And so if those individuals don't feel like they belong, are included, there's equity, then there's a problem, right? And so I think it's really important. Action right now is listening. And so sometimes you don't have to say anything. You have to ask the voices who haven't had a chance and haven't had the agency or the permission to speak up. Because one of the things that I write about in the book is that for so long, I wasn't able to talk about my race, right? I wasn't able to lean into that conversation. And now all of a sudden, everybody's ready to talk about it, So I think we have to provide that opportunity to have the conversation. And so if you're in a leadership position or a management position, have those conversations, have those courageous conversations, ask apologize. I think some apologies need to be had inside of the workplace as well, and part of humanizing, right? And how we maybe failed some of the Black lives that are employed here. And so even as colleagues, there's some apologies that can be given. And so we first have to look internally and make sure we're doing that work. And so I would ask that you be self-reflective and provide some self-awareness for yourself to see how you can play a role, right? We can't point the finger, but it's what we do after this session that really counts. And so I hope you'll commit to something. I know Shelly, she had mentioned, what's the tangible thing, right? What are you going to do today? What are you going to do in 30 days? What are you going to do in 60 days? What are you going to do in 90 days? Break them off in chunks and then remind yourself that it's a lifestyle. So it's not just something you can do right now, but know that this is a lifestyle of equity.
And I also think, first and foremost, be conscious. Be conscious of your unconscious. I think it starts with conscious awareness, and then it goes into understanding it's about inside out. A lot of these corporations are making these external, sending out external messages and commitments. It goes beyond commitment. It goes beyond pledges. It goes to creating the experiences within. And, I've been listening to so many TED Talks, and it crystallized so clearly to me. It's not just what your company is and how you're going to go to market. It's why. It's the why. That why is the value system that you create. It's creating this, organization, understanding your people come first. They are your most precious commodities in life. Why do we matter? What is our purpose? What is our passion? When you can unlock the purpose and passion, you're unstoppable. And that does mean creating a family culture, no matter how big your company is, sharing the good, bad, and the ugly, but ensuring that we are all looking after each other. And then it really goes down to measurement. Treasure, you can only treasure what you measure. We need accountability for change, or else we will keep using excuses. It's your issue, your issue, your issue. No, it's mine. We need everyone in the organization to be accountable for creating the company that we want to work for, the company we want to work within. It isn't just the command and control from the top pushing the rules down. As Minda said, it is about creating this emotional playbook based on, empathy in our DNA. And that is not something that you can tell someone to do. That is something that you need to create the experience from within so that we all have the power to fly.
Absolutely. I think that's an awesome ending, I think, point, and a lot of, practical points, and also, just mental and psychological treasures that you both brought to the conversation. So I want to thank you both again for your wisdom, for helping us, for teaching us today. We are just up about time.
Kayla, I want to thank you too.
Yes,
Thank you for leading such a powerful conversation, which really unlocked a lot of the stories that we need to share. And because those stories lead to feelings, lead to experiences, lead to change, lead to action. So we want to thank you for really hosting this conversation with us.
Yes.
Thank you. My pleasure.
I will thank all three of you because it was a really, really great conversation. I'm just here like camera off, taking as many quotes as I possibly can because, Sarah and I were talking offline. Sarah's like, this is full of power quotes. Like,
right.
Good. Thank you so much. Like, that was just wonderful.
Thank you.
So with that, we can move right along because we've got so much that we're diving into today. Before I get to introducing our next speaker, I'm going to just go over a couple quick things. So one, as a reminder to everyone here, you're on the inclusion track. And don't forget that you can visit our other tracks, Impact, Future of Work, Engineering, tons of great speakers all over the place. Also, just so everyone knows, I know this summit is for the first time a lot of people are meeting Power to Fly. We actually host virtual daily chats always. So we'd be happy to see you back. All that said, on this presentation today, keep in mind that your camera and audio is going to be turned off for the duration of the conversation. However, you can, we want to hear from you. Throw your questions in the Q&A, throw your comments in the chat. Happy to see it. And if you have any issues, feel free to reach out to me or my colleague, Sarah. And we're happy to help in whatever way that we can. If you're looking for SHRM credits, I think there was a little issue with what was on the slide before, but the slide that you see now should work for you. So if you need it, it's in the top left corner. I also want to make sure that everyone's seen the code of conduct that's placed in the chat. It just helps ensure that we all have a good conversation today. So without further ado, happy to introduce our next speaker on understanding invisible disabilities. We're joined by Jess Osro, the head of learning and organizational development at Quartet Health. Jess, happy to pass it off to you.
Awesome, thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Let's see if we can do all the technological things needed here. So thank you so much for having me. It was really a privilege to listen to Minda and Shelly and Kayla talk previously, and I'm really excited to be here today. So like mentioned, my name is Jess Osro. I'm here today to talk about invisible disabilities, particularly to women. Kind of full-time, my 9 to 5, I am the head of learning and organizational development at Quartet Health, which helps everybody get the mental health care that they need. And in my 5 to 9, I am the co-founder of the RISE Journey, and we help operationalize diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging in the workplace. So a lot of things on my plate. So just really quickly, I have the chat open. Would love to know if anybody's ever heard of the term invisible disabilities before. And if you feel comfortable talking throughout the chat, I have it open. I would love to hear from you and mention things. If you don't feel like participating, define invisible disabilities to yourself, kind of where you're at. It's not necessarily a term a lot of people have heard, or hidden disabilities sometimes is there. Just wanted to show a list of a few invisible disabilities. This might seem overwhelming for those who aren't in this arena. And this is just a couple of things that are on the list for invisible disabilities. I think really what the most important thing to remember is that the government doesn't necessarily consider all of these disabilities. There's a lot of misinformation and different information based on self-diagnosis versus doctor diagnosis, and all of those pieces that play into it. So something to think about as we go through this presentation. So just a quick fact, 27% of women, according to the CDC in 2017, found that women identified with some form of disability. And so when you think about your workplace or your communities or your church or wherever you are, 1 in 4 is a pretty ridiculously high number for something that we're really not talking about. I do know that Tiffany Yu is on a panel, and I'm really good friends with Tiffany Yu about disability in the workplace. I believe that happened just before this. And, disability is not something we're talking about frequently. We're not talking about a lot. So I'm here today. This is a picture of me and my giant shrimp pillow and a couple of my roommates back in 2017. Oh, she's in the next session. I see somebody said, yeah, Tiffany was excellent. So this is me in 2017. I'm happy, smiley, throwing a house party. Reality, I was probably in one of the deepest pits of depression that I had been in many years. I had been diagnosed with depression and anxiety back when I was in college, so now going on 13 years ago. I have dealt with it my entire life, but at this point in 2017, I had just received a really horrific performance review that I felt was unwarranted. My long-term boyfriend broke up with me for what I still consider very stupid reasons. And I was unhappy. I was in this place where I just didn't know what was going on. And I asked, my community, who else has felt this way? I'm depressed, I'm exhausted, I'm anxious, I'm ashamed, I'm confused. Like, what is going on? Like, I've been in this place before, but I'm an adult. I should be in professional land. I should be feeling good. And I wasn't. So what I did is I reached out to my community, specifically in this case, Dreamers and Doers, which is an online community for women. And I said, who has felt this way? And what I found is that there wasn't any room for this. So what I did is, from the comments and the outpouring of support I received, I asked 10 women if I could interview them on invisible disabilities, a term that I really didn't know. And I see a lot of conversation in the chat about that. Women were just feeling these awful ways, and they identified with something not being right, and then it kind of triggering other pieces. So I interviewed these 10 women, and I found 3 core themes, which I'll talk about in a little bit later on in this presentation, about what it means to be living with invisible disability, what it means to be in business, what it means to be working, all of those pieces. and it was really hard. So I submitted to speak to Grace Hopper. For those who aren't aware, Grace Hopper is the preeminent, are these 10 women in tech with invisible disabilities. Not all of them were in tech. A lot of my stuff, and I will answer questions as we go on, does skew toward tech, but not all of them were. But so I submitted to speak at Grace Hopper, the preeminent women's tech conference, potentially globally. I think it's the third biggest women's tech conference globally, but maybe that may be the wrong fact. And I was really excited. I'd always wanted to go to Grace Hopper. I still have a tremendous amount of respect for it. Was really excited. And I was rejected. And this was my rejection information. Before reading the submission, I was not familiar with the term ID, invisible disabilities. And I would guess other attendees would also need more insight into what it is and more details onto the mental illnesses that might be considered IDs. This threw me for a loop for a lot of reasons. The big one was, we don't have enough information, and nor do the attendees have enough information for you to present and give people information and, go on and have people learn. So that was fight number one. Fight number two is invisible disabilities go far beyond mental conditions, mental illnesses. Mental illness definitely falls into the realm, especially in chronic depression and anxiety, but it's far reaching. And so I got really mad. I was like, Grace Hopper, you're supposed to be the best. You're supposed to be the most preeminent. Like, what's going on? And so I took action. So essentially, I'm a woman of action. I always like to take action, sometimes a little too short-sighted. And so what I did is I created a survey and I sent it out to my community, and I said, I am not a researcher. I am not an academic. I'm not sure, what's going on, but I know that there needs to be more conversation about this. And I don't know what it is yet, but I know there needs to be some. And so I did a Google form and I put out a bunch of questions in there and I sent it out. And I received 102 responses within 2 weeks. I was not offering any money or any reason, for people to take this. I just wanted to know what was going on. I received over 100 pages of content through these responses and submitted through Google Forms. If anybody's filled out a Google form, it takes a lot to fill out multiple paragraphs in a Google form. And so I was really overwhelmed and I didn't know what to do. And so I went back to the beginning and looked at my research from those 10 women and those 10 interviews. This was a quote that was through the survey that I thought was particularly powerful to me as someone who's worked in HR my whole life. I've never told any employer about my bipolar disorder. I fear that they will not understand and will look down on me. I also don't know what reasonable accommodations I can ask for because I'm still struggling to understand how it affects me. Oh man, I've been in HR for 10 years and this hurts me on so many levels because there's so much misinformation and lack of information out there. And it's hard. And somebody has mentioned that they opened up to their company and there's a lot of harassment. There's a lot of bias. There's a lot of struggle around disability in the workplace and invisible disabilities in the workplace. So from that information, the 100 pages of content, going back to those initial 10 women I interviewed, I brought together 3 key themes, which were building upon the 3 key themes that I submitted to Grace Hopper. The first one is coping powers equal superpowers. One great example of this was a woman I interviewed, was from the Middle East originally, was born and raised in the Middle East, went to college and couldn't stay awake in classes, couldn't figure out how to get to class on time, was oversleeping, just couldn't. And she got a lot of harassment from her professors. She got a lot of harassment from her peers. She was told, stop drinking, stop partying, you're in college to learn. And she didn't know what was going on. So she had to teach everything herself because she couldn't get to class. And later on in life, she was diagnosed with narcolepsy, which explains a lot of different facets of what was going on with her. And one of the things she talked about was that because she had to self-teach in college, it allowed her to self-teach later on in life. And so she transitioned careers and taught herself how to code and taught herself multiple languages, skills, frameworks, all of it. And it became a key element to her success. Oftentimes, invisible disabilities, especially in people who are older, just due to the generations, don't get diagnosed until later in life. So you're dealing with these things constantly throughout your entire career. New strategies, new skills, out-of-the-box thinkings. These things are all things that you're generating because you can't do things the standard way, inside the box way. And there was a lot of overcompensation in all of the interviews and all of the survey results for the deficits from their invisible disabilities, that they had to overcome things constantly. And so these eventually became their superpowers. The second one, which seems really obvious, is stunted career growth. And there were a number of people who talked to me about manager issues, about bias, about sexism, about ableism in the workplace. It forced them to go elsewhere. It forced them to change their work trajectory. They could no longer go up the standard career ladder that we talk about. And a lot of the women talked about working remotely, whether by choice or by force, in freelance. A lot of them were really unhappy because they didn't feel that they were making the money they should or could have. There were a lot of different pieces of that. And going back to the beginning, when I mentioned the government doesn't recognize a lot of those as invisible disabilities, it means you're not a protected class. This also means that you have to disclose in order to be a protected class. So there's a lot of barriers to grow in the workforce. And the third one is that all of these women had safe and supportive communities. I initially went to my Dreamers and Doers community. There's a million out there. Tech Ladies immediately comes to mind. It doesn't have to be a digital community, though these days it does seem to be helpful. But also thinking of, like, I always call it like your Sex in the City pod. What is your squad of 3 or 4 people that are there for you, that are your women, that these are the communities you can go back to. You can be vulnerable. There's a lack of fear and judgment. These communities allow you to talk about new risks you want to take and new endeavors you might want to take. And many women said that support was the key element. If I could include 100 quotes in this, I have so many quotes around this, that they really needed these emotional safety nets in order to succeed. It was vital. So fast forward to 2019. I took a break from the research. It was honestly very overwhelming for me. I went through a really terrible job and had to transition and had to deal with a toxic workplace. And that spurred me in 2019 to say, how can I do better, bigger, more? And so I created a survey again, Google Forms. I worked with my now current boss, Ingrid Kessler, who's at Quartet Health, who is incredible. And she helped me create more quantitative answers because I could not handle going through 100 pages of content, and it was really emotional and really great. But I wanted to figure out, how can I make this more HR driven? How can I make this more focused? How can we make change? In the previous discussion, we talked about action. How can I be a woman of action and promote people taking action? And so my survey got 202 responses within 2 weeks. So I doubled my response rate. It was incredible, super overwhelming. Again, I got about 50 pages of content this time. I cut down on some of my qualitative questions, but it was able to expand my learnings. One of the key things that really stood out to me is that 88% of people surveyed said they did not disclose their invisible disability on the job application demographic questions. I'm sure anybody who's applied for a job in the last 3 to 4 years, you've seen those EEOC questions that are on there. A huge problem with this is because if the businesses who are working on inclusionary practices, who are saying we want, BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color, if you want people with disabilities, if you want women, if you want trans, you have to create policies that are inclusive of them before you get there. But part of knowing if your policies and things are working are these demographic questions, which I see somebody who says they don't answer them either. I skew on the HR side of things, but there's a huge spectrum of people who talk about if you should or not. But 88% means you can't know if what you're doing is working. So talking about attracting women with invisible disabilities. These were the 3 things that were the top 3 across the board that women said they needed. So talking about comprehensive healthcare. This is not just, hey, you have an HMO, here you go. This is talking about mental health. This is talking about physical health. This is talking about physical wellness. This is saying you need a chiropractor, cool. You need a different type of therapy, not just talk therapy, cool. This is saying really big and expansive. One of the reasons you have this, as somebody mentioned, I'm in HR and still afraid of disclosing my ID, is because you need to have places where people can go to disclose, even if it's not HR. So comprehensive healthcare is much bigger than just the standard dental, vision, and healthcare. Think bigger, think broader. Remote work options. This one was actually really surprising for me, as I thought there were going to be more options for people saying they wanted to work entirely remote. When I read the qualitative answers that go along with this, a lot of people said, I sometimes have bad days. I sometimes just need to work from home. I sometimes have a migraine and I just need to have darkness and I can't be around everybody. If anybody's been in the modern startup office, it's really not that great for your physical body or space. And I know sometimes it feels like there's never enough plants or light or air. So there's a lot of issues. So having remote work options is really key. Also think of all the things that come up in your life, whether it's childcare, parental care, any kind of caregiver, just needing your own space, needing your own days, dealing with illness, medicine. There's a whole bunch of reasons that remote work just a couple of days a week is really key. And then generous paid leave or unlimited vacation. I know a lot of people have beef with unlimited vacation, as do I, because it means very little. And the studies show that organizations that have unlimited vacation, people show less than if you had numbered days. So what I always tell organizations is have a minimum vacation policy. Say everybody must take 1 week a quarter, or everybody must take 4 weeks a year. Have a minimum requirement and make sure that managers are watching out for this. Make sure train managers to say, hey, this person hasn't taken a day off in a quarter. I should work with them to make sure they get a week off consecutively. So really thinking critically about how you encourage your people to leave so they can reset, so they can take a break. One thing to consider is that, parents don't often always have the same schedule as their children, and telling a parent to go take the vacation when their kid has a vacation probably isn't much of a vacation for a parent. So being aware of these things and talking about these things in advance. And generous paid leave, make sure it's paid, make sure they have plenty of time off. For retaining women, actually, I'm going to take a second. Somebody said, is totally formal enough for a job application, you can check the application, will come back to haunt you. No, those questions when you select them should be 100% anonymous, and you can question the applicant tracking systems, Greenhouse and those things, but they should be 100% anonymized because they can't come back to haunt you. But there's not enough people talking about and saying that these are anonymous. You can say out front on your job applications, these questions are anonymous, and here's how we're using the data. We're using it to make sure that we're getting candidates from demographically diverse pipelines. We're making sure we're advertising the right places. So if for employers, think about how you're explaining what you're doing. Retaining women with invisible disabilities. These were the top 3 issues that women who are in the workplace had with their current workplaces. Unstable work-life integration / balance. I think the concept of work-life balance is kind of outdated, that we have to think about it's all integrated. I know I have my phone on, I check my email, whether it's healthy or not, first thing in the morning and last thing in the evening, but that's part of who I am. I'm constantly thinking, I'm constantly involved, but it can be stable and it can be healthy. And when you take time off, you take time off. And when you're away, have a lunch break, all of those things. So thinking about how you as an organization define work-life integration and being transparent and public about that. High stress working environments and lack of trust and transparency. We're seeing more and more, I know the whole Black Lives Matter movement is beautiful and incredible and sad. And it just shows that we need to be talking about these issues. We need to have transparency. If you're in a work environment that's high stress and, nobody's talking about it, everybody's feeling it. If you're in an organization where things are transparent, you can have conversations about it. You're able to process and deal with things and bring up issues before they become explosions. And then no clear levels, career growth, or pay parity structures. This is vital. Every organization, if you are in HR in any organization, this is one of the first things I would suggest bringing back if you don't have this, is how do you get from point A to point B? Every manager and every person in the organization should be equipped to say, hey, I am a level this, and I want to get to level this, or I want to switch to this part of the org. How do I get there? And a manager can say, you take this step, and this step, and then we'll have another conversation. And then you take this step, and this step, and we'll have another conversation. You have to be training, not only building out the structures, but then training your people to be able to do that and then move forward. Along with that, you need to make sure that your levels and your pay parity and making sure that everybody's on target. This isn't just about gender. This is not about race. This is not about ethnicity or religion or all the different demographic markers. This is about making sure that everybody is paid for equal work and that people feel comfortable and feel secure that the person next to them is getting paid fairly. Because just because I may not know about the person next to me, I know how good they are, and I want them to feel that they're compensated and know that they're compensated and how they're compensated. And if they're not, how do they get to that next piece? 43% of women surveyed said they had asked for reasonable accommodations. Apologies, stepping up here. This number surprised me. I thought it was going to be a lot lower, and I was really excited that people are asking. The government says that you can have up to $500 per person for reasonable accommodations. So it's required, and businesses are required to comply if they're of a certain size, and I believe it's over, if I correctly remember, 15 people. Oftentimes, these accommodations are things that businesses can provide really easily, or they'll provide a workplace stipend anyway. When you think about lighting, when you think about desks, when you think about monitors, when you think about monitor stands, when you think about the ergonomics, how you're sitting, all of these things can be reasonable accommodations, but employers aren't talking about them in any sense, oftentimes. So by proactively offering it as an employer and saying, we offer everybody a $200 desk stipend in addition to the standard monitor and computer and whatnot you're going to get. Do you need specific tools? Do you need a specific mouse? I'd be hard pressed to find any engineer who hasn't said, I want this very specific keyboard that separates my hands in a specific way. So that way I don't get arthritis, or I don't get, oh my gosh, I'm going to forget it. When you get stress in your joints and your tendonitis, carpal tunnel. So, when you talk to these people, if you ask for what you need, it's not easy. And especially if you're in a workplace that isn't already working and predisposed to inclusion, but keep asking for them. They can get reimbursement from the government if they need to, for the most part. When you think about this question, you think about people who are struggling in the workplace who haven't asked. This means 57% of people have not asked for a reasonable accommodation that would need it. That's a lot of your workforce who probably isn't working up to their full potential. If everybody was able to get the accommodations they need, can you imagine how much more productive they would be? Can you imagine maybe they would need different vacation time or different time off? So thinking about these things, it's not just they need something done. Hidden productivity and other issues. How are you going about providing accommodations? So again, if you work in HR, how can you create a proactive statement that maybe is on your job applications? Maybe this is on your careers page saying, if you need it, we offer it. What does it look like to offer accommodations as part of the interview process? And say, hey, if you need a translator, boom, we got you. If you need help, we got this. If you want to do your offsite totally virtual, now more likely than ever, yes. But by providing these accommodations in advance and saying them in advance, you're going to increase that pipeline and that inclusion and retaining people in the workplace. And ultimately, the last one, which I feel like a lot of this inclusion track is going to talk about, if they haven't already, is creating safe spaces to speak about what you need. How I work best is not how Amanda or anybody else on this chat, sorry, Amanda, I just saw your name, works best. Everybody has different learning styles. Everybody has different things that work better for them. And you have to not only respect that, but put power in that and say, wow, if we can have a workplace that can engage all of these people in different ways and they can work in different ways, we're going to be able to do better. We're going to make more money. Let's talk capitalism. Capitalism is here. It's not necessarily all right all the time, but for businesses, if you want to make more money and do better, think about these things. Engaging women with IDs. Do you feel your workplace fosters an environment of respect, transparency, and trust? This, I think, was one of the most exciting things in some ways, that 46% said most of the time and 12% said yes all of the time. So workplaces are doing things. It's really tough. And there's not a one size fits all diversity and inclusion policy, diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, and accessibility, DEPA. There's not one size fits all policy. So by seeing this means that we're progressing. It's slow, but we're progressing. And it's the 29% said no, but they're trying, and 13% no effort is made is where there's work to be made. And this is why women are leaving these organizations. Obviously, finances is a big piece of this too, but they're leaving. You can't retain people who don't want to be there. Another quote for you. I asked, what do you wish your manager knew about your invisible disability? And this quote, adjusting to a job is going to come with a lot of anxiety for me. And even though that it'll take me a little longer to feel comfortable, I'm always going to get my work done and work hard to do better. Hell yes. Of course, this should be standard. Of course, adjusting to a new job takes time. Of course, there's going to be anxiety and nerves about it. It might take longer to be comfortable. All of these things is really, really important. So why aren't we thinking about them proactively? So 3 things you can do. Some of these things can be a little bit of a downer. They can be really hard. First one is recognize and empathize. The skills of a person, the abilities of a person, the ROI, the return on investment of a whole individual, not just this one skill set. I bring to the workplace more than just the skill set I bring on a day-to-day basis. I bring a lot more. They talked before, Minda, about soft skills, which is a terrible misnomer, that empathy is not a soft skill. Empathy should be a required skill for everybody. These emotional intelligences should be required. Think about the tenure of a person. What does it mean to keep a person for a year versus 5 years? How much institutional knowledge are they keeping and retaining? Knowing that struggles are real. Every day is different. Somebody with a disability, invisible or not, is going to have different struggles, different days, and have empathy for that. And then most important, foster community. As an individual, you can foster community. Yes, employers need to be doing better, but individuals should be fostering community as well. Second one, programming and training. Comprehensive healthcare, paid leave, remote work, training on microaggressions, ERGs, executive training and biases. This is just the surface. If anybody has, everybody should be following Michelle Kim, who's the CEO of Awaken. I think she's the CEO of Awaken. She's incredible. She writes incredible stuff. I highly recommend her work. She's doing a lot of talk about today how you can no longer just right now with everything going on, don't be asking for unconscious bias training. We need to be doing bigger and more comprehensive work. You can no longer get away skimming the surface. It starts at the top as well. It can trickle up, but it has to come down. And so thinking of executive training, making sure they're aware of all of these pieces and what's going on. And then data informs leadership. Somebody says, if it's not measured, it can't be treasured. I believe Shelley said that in the previous panel. Making sure that your organizations are measuring things. If you don't know how reach out to a consultant, reach out to an HR peer group, whatever it may be. If you're in an ERG, measure your ERG. It can start small and get bigger. Internal benchmarks, surveys, pulse, having those real and tough and courageous conversations, talking about mental health days, flexible scheduling, future thinking. You can measure all of these pieces. You can measure all of it in different ways. And it's, again, different organizations are going to have different tools and different needs, but making sure you're measuring and benchmarking yourself and moving forward and progressing. So I'm happy to share this deck out. Feel free to reach out to me. I'll have my contact information at the end, or you can find me on LinkedIn. There's only one of me. And my ask is to anybody who's here on the channel is I'm looking to expand this research. I want to make it bigger. I want to do the version 3.0. I want to get more than 1,000 people. So if you know of anybody, if you want to be a part of it, this is a great way to participate. And then there's a couple of questions. I know there's a couple in the Q&A and a couple in the chat. What do you think about a doctor's note? What do you think about asking for a doctor's note before providing accommodation? Is it a barrier or best practice? It's going to depend on, yeah, can you put the Q's in the Q&A? It's going to change. It's going to be different. I think it depends on what disability or illness you have. I think it depends on your organization and what's going on there. There's a lot of different components to it. Always happy to chat offline and happy for anybody to contact me and reach out. I'm looking through the Q&A now, so apologies if my eyes look like they're wandering. Would you recommend an applicant disclose an individual disability during the interview process? Whew, that's a tough question. And I think it's personal. I think a lot of these things come down to personal, what you feel in the organization. I did it in my current organization because I talk about this stuff. So for me, it's a simple, yes, I have to do it because I'm going to talk about it anyway. It's not simple for everybody. I would also look and research the organizations you're interviewing with to make sure what their track record is with this kind of thing. Talk to people internally, get the know, do that background information. If anybody from Power to Fly wants to jump in, I know we're close to time. Feel free to jump in at any point. Somebody asked if there's any way to get access to the PowerPoint. Yes, just email me, jessosro@gmail.com. I just say, hey, I saw you in Power to Fly. Would love to have the deck. Happy to share it out. So yes. And then, hi, Jess. How do you feel about the language used in public spaces and workplaces around accommodations versus modifications? This is an interesting one. Honestly, I think you should check out Tiffany Yu and her Diversibility. Her one is next, but also check out Diversibility online. In terms of modifications, that's not an area I feel comfortable talking about. I don't know enough about. In terms of accommodations of workplaces, I think generally speaking, what is good for one person is generally good for a lot of people. And so if you talk about it in the way of how do you make work better for all, there's different balances and ebbs and flows to it. So I wish I had a better answer. I'm happy to talk offline. And I hear somebody probably from Butterfly on the mic. So feel free to jump in. Or not, or Tiffany Yu, I see your name on here as well. Abigail, there you are, I see you now.
I am hopping in to just say thank you. Winding down. I know these questions have been amazing and this whole conversation has been amazing. I've been like rapidly taking notes because even invisible disabilities are totally part of my experience and my family's, and still there's just so much to learn and to understand to make sure that everyone gets what they deserve. So this was just like, it was super powerful.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for having me.
Appreciate it.
Of course.
And I think we all so appreciate it.
Awesome.
Amazing. Amazing. All right. Well, we are going to transition over to the next group. So a couple things before we switch into our next presentation. I want to first remind everyone you're on the inclusion track. Don't forget that you can visit our other tracks, Impact, Future of Work, Engineering. They also have incredible speakers today, though we're very happy to have you here on the inclusion track. And also want to just let people know this may be your first experience with Power to Fly, but we host daily virtual chats. So we're always happy. We'd be happy to see you back. They're not usually like this big summit thing. This is our first one and it's amazing, but we're happy to have you back at some of our other chats and would love to see you there. So a couple of things I want to note for the upcoming presentation. Your camera and audio will remain off for the duration of the chat, but we'd still love to hear from you. So please feel free to add a comment in the chat or use the Q&A feature to ask questions. If there's any issues that you have, feel free to tag my colleague Sarah or my colleague Rob, who's on the line, and they can help you with any tech issues. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits, the code is in the top left corner, so make sure to grab that if you need it. And then this chat will have live captioning. There's a website that will be shared in the chat box if you would like to access that. So diving into the upcoming conversation, disabilities in virtual workplaces. We're joined by Patricia Walsh, Technology Product Director at Dow Jones, Mary Lipscomb, Program Manager of Diversity at Aetna, a CVS company, and Svetlana Kuznetsova, consultant, author, and speaker. I will read for Svetlana today. This conversation is going to be led by Tiffany Yu, CEO at Diversability. And without further ado, Tiffany, I'll pass it over to you.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining. So again, just wanted to reiterate the access notes. So if you do need captioning, there has been a link to a stream text posted in the chat. I figure what I would do, also an access note, is if we would actually have all of the panelists turn on their video and visually describe themselves for those of us who might be blind or low vision. So I will go first. So my name is Tiffany Yu. My pronouns are she and her, and I am an Asian woman in my 30s, but have the glow of looking younger, I guess. I'm wearing a black patterned floral dress and hastily tried to blow dry my hair right before this panel. I'll hand it over. Mary, would you like to describe yourself?
I had to get off mute. My name is Mary Lipscomb. I'm a Caucasian female. My pronouns are she and her. I'm wearing a red and white floral dress with some fun earrings. And I'm happy to be here today. Thank you.
Svetlana.
Sorry. I'm judging several things. My name is Svetlana. I'm voiced by Abigail. I'm a Caucasian female with long, light brown hair, wearing a black shirt and white. And white polka dots. The background is a picture of Sky Garden in London that I visited last year.
Speech off. Speech off. Gmail. Now. Enterprise Connect with settings. 13 minutes. Speech off.
Hey, Patricia, would you like to describe yourself?
Sure. Are you able to see me?
Your video is currently off.
Oh, okay. I'm having a bit of a challenge because I have broken my collarbone and a lot of the keyboard commands need two hands. But it sounds like you can hear me, so I will work on that. But I am blind. I I am technology product director. My background is electrical engineering and computer science. I've been a software engineer for 15 years, and I'm very pleased to be here today. And I'll figure out the video. Sorry about that.
You're good. And I also just wanted to highlight, as since we do have the live captioning, we're just going to be patient with technology as we have been during this pandemic, just to make sure that everyone has a chance to answer the questions. So I figured I would hop straight into it, which is, I think the first question. So Mary, you wrote an article on LinkedIn about kind of how this COVID-19 pandemic has allowed us to transition into a virtual environment. I'm curious if you wanted to share some highlights from that article and what accessibility really means in this world of remote work.
Sure. And just to give you some quick background of myself, I'm a program manager of diversity at CVS Health, with a primary focus on individuals with disabilities. So I'm dedicated to delivering strategic, creative, and diverse recruiting strategies, ensuring that CVS has the best-in-class recruiting model. So I'm passionate about building those partnerships with talent acquisition, strategic diversity management, human resources, also the business and community partners as well. So the article that you're referencing that I shared on LinkedIn, there's 5 ways the work landscape has changed due to this coronavirus epidemic. One of them being working from home has become the norm. I know for CVS Health, they've sent majority of their employees to work at home, with the exception of the retail stores, the pharmacy and the CVS retail stores that you find on almost every corner. For the majority of the positions have been sent home to work at home during this time. And how we communicate in this type of environment is virtually through a number of virtual means, and really those means depend on the business and so forth. Another thing that we see change is, flexible schedules are on the table for many. Many folks are juggling having kids at home and then also their workload and so forth. Businesses may be slowing down as well. So we're seeing a lot of flexibility within work schedules. We're also finding that our virtual meetings are coming with more accessibility features. So with video capabilities and closed captioning capabilities. So that's been great. We also have seen more employees now have paid sick leave in this new environment. And then also, one last thing I wanted to note is we find that we're bringing ourselves to work. So as we are at home in our comfort zone, at home, living our normal life, we have kids in the background, we have family photos in the background. So we're able to really bring a little bit more of ourselves to work and checking in with our colleagues. How are you holding up during this time? Really seems to be something that's where we're getting more comfortable with asking and sharing those pieces of our personal life.
Thanks, Mary. Patricia, we can see your video now. Did you want to chat a little bit about kind of what access has looked like for you in this virtual environment?
Well, yeah, actually, so we typically at Dow Jones, we largely use Google Hangouts, which is very accessible. The only thing that I find kind of a constant challenge as a person who uses accessible technology is that I obviously use audio output in the assistive technology and the voiceover. So you may have heard it that my screen reader will read out loud, but then it gets a bit, they compete a bit. So then my audio for what I'm actually saying will then be spoken over by what my computer is reading. For example, if I have my screen reader on right now, it'd read out loud every chat. which so the accessibility I think is fantastic and it's improved tremendously and such a leveler, but it is not without trade-offs. So I guess it just requires a bit of patience for everyone involved. But that's probably true for everyone, to be honest. So one thing about accessibility, I would say as a blind person is sometimes less is more. So I like, for example, the describing yourself as you join. I actually, you might want to, if you are in engaging with a person with visual impairment or blindness, might want to ask them kind of their preference, because I probably wouldn't want people to do that specifically if you're working with the same people every day, So it's really just a matter of every individual with visual impairment or blindness might want a different way of being included.
Thanks, Patricia. That's great feedback. And I think one of the things that's really important is that there's a phrase within the inclusive design space where they say design for one to design for all. So those of us who do have disabilities will know what our particular preferences are.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and you're so right about that. It doesn't, if you ask 10 different blind people what accommodation they prefer, you're going to get 10 different answers because they're human beings just like anyone else, right? So you're going to get a lot of different responses.
For sure. Svetlana, did you want to comment a little bit about accessibility?
Yes, hold on. I was planning to publish an article about my experience as a deaf person during the pandemic, but it's not ready. Now I will share a bit about my experience. Hold on. As an independent consultant who works remotely, I already used instant messaging tools like Skype and video conferencing tools like Zoom to do consulting sessions, webinars, and presentations online, mostly via typing. I cannot speak to people on the phone, so communicating with them via email, texting, and instant messaging is the best way for me as a deaf person. The only difference for me is the increased number of online presence and the lack of in-person meetings and presentations. I've used different video platforms, Zoom, Google, Microsoft. So far, my favorite is Zoom, and I've heard it's a favorite of many, including deaf. Like Patricia said, blind people have different experiences and needs, and so do deaf people. We use real-time captions, as you see in the link, and interpreters. Not all deaf people use interpreters. Some use interpreters, others use captioners, while others use both. I personally prefer captions because interpreters are harder to use online as video takes up a lot of bandwidth. It makes hands freeze sometimes. And it's harder to see people in 2D than in 3D. And interpreters and signing people are in smaller boxes, so it's harder to see them. And eye contact is confusing too. I'm not sure who to look at in Zoom. In person, I can see who looks at whom, but in Zoom, it's confusing. With more online meetings, there's more demand for interpreters and captioners. Sometimes there are no professionals available. So we resort to using auto captions that are not as accurate as professional captions. One thing about online is that nobody knows you are deaf. I have no problems with disclosing my deafness, but it's cool sometimes that I can participate in online chat like everyone else. It's like this old comic about nobody knows you are a dog from the 1990s. You know the comic? Everyone is equal on the internet, and nobody knows who's on the internet unless you turn on video.
Great, thank you. There's so many things I want to comment on what everyone has said, but I guess I wanted to chat a little bit around disclosure. Now that we have moved into a virtual environment, around this idea of situations when you can pass as non-disabled, or do you feel like you're more vocal about your accessibility needs? And Mary, I guess for you, are you noticing that from CVS's and Aetna's disabled employees, are they being vocal about what needs they have within this new virtual environment?
Yes, I would say so. We have as a best practice at CVS Health, we have a dedicated advice and counsel reasonable accommodations team to handle requests from any colleagues in the enterprise who may need to request an accommodation of some sort. And I just want to touch on the definition of like self-identification versus self-disclosure, and how they are different. Self-identification is voluntarily and confidentially providing information about your disability status that is used for statistical purposes, such as data collection and reporting purposes. On the other hand, self-disclosure means just simply sharing about one's disability in any context other than through a formal self-identification program. We are obligated to ask, as an employer, we're obligated to ask employees to self-ID their disability once every 5 years at a minimum. And this year, we actually have a count. We're reaching out to the employee population or the colleague population and encouraging them to self-identify and sharing the benefits of self-identification and how it helps us in demonstrating our commitment to diversity. And it measures the effectiveness of the outreach of our work and our recruitment and our reasonable accommodation efforts. And then we also want to do our best to help position CVS as an employer of choice. So those are just a few of the examples of why we really take self-identification seriously in our enterprise. But yes, we are seeing colleagues come forth with accommodation requests, as we have a dedicated team who manages that as a best practice. It's been fantastic.
Patricia, did you want to comment on that?
Disclosure is a tough one. And, I don't mind saying I'm actually in the interview process now I work at Dow Jones, but I'm looking outside the company. And so if anyone's from Dow Jones on the call, please know I'm 100% at flight risk right now. So let's factor that into our negotiations this year. But that was in the interview process I'm going through right now. It's the first time I've ever disclosed my disability. I've always felt a tremendous amount of anxiety and fear because I do think there are so many biases and overall general lack of awareness. We are in this conversation, we're all sort of, I think, speaking to other people who are aware of the value of integration of persons with disabilities and really the talent that exists in that population. And I think the fact that individuals with disabilities bring talents to the table, the fact that I have to make that case in this day and age is something that's still very, very sad to me. And I know for Dow Jones, the argument that I make over and over is that your consumers also could potentially be people with disabilities. And the more individuals with disabilities that you employ and have as part of your product development, the more likely you are to meet the needs of individuals with disabilities. So, for example, Dow Jones owns Wall Street Journal. Well, one of our key demographics is conditions that are degenerative that largely impacts that population. So if you want to secure that market, it is to your business advantage to have accessible products and to have products that are adaptable. So I really always try to make the case that it's not a warm and fuzzy, it's actually a business driver, and that this population, which is larger than we realize, right? You probably all know this just better than I do, but what I've heard is in the US, it's 20 to 25% identifies having a disability. So, that's actually a pretty large market that it's a large talent pool and it's large potential market. So in terms of disclosing, in the interview process, this was my first attempt with that. And so far it's been very successful. And I'm so pleased to see maybe attitudes have changed and have become more aware. Disclosing at the actual workforce, I'm extremely careful in the tone of how I disclose. So the way I would disclose is I would tend to lead with how I intend to solve problems, then speak about the identification of the disability, and then follow up with some accomplishment of the past. You sort of sandwich it almost in, because what you don't want to do is give them any blank space whatsoever for them to fill in their own brain of how they would solve a problem if they're blind, because they don't know the tools that are available. So I want to take all that blank space away and make sure it's filled with the sense of this person is a competent, capable person who will contribute to the team. So it is not easy. It causes me tremendous anxiety. It's probably the greatest stress I have as a person with a disability is really that educational piece that happens over and over. So I hope that was helpful. That was a bit of a jumbled answer, but that's it is a challenging piece of it.
This is Tiffany. Thanks so much for sharing. Yeah, and I'll share. So I have a spinal cord injury that makes it so that my one of my arms is paralyzed as a result. And I started my career at Goldman, and then I worked at Bloomberg. And it was almost like once I had those things on my resume, it wasn't a question around capabilities anymore, right? I think there's still, if Patricia, you as a blind person are experiencing anxiety, if I have never disclosed that I can't use one of my arms in an interview process, we're seeing internalized ableism happen as well, and having that manifest as we show up in job interviews. And asking for what we need, and the education part of that as well, of being like, oh, I have this, but I have all of these other tools that I can access.
Mm-hmm.
Svetlana, what about for you?
I have no problems with disclosing my deafness. But my frustration is when I'm denied interpreters and captioners. And I'm often told to use auto captions or asked if there are any tools to do auto captions. and I have to explain many times why it's important to have a professional to facilitate communication. I don't mind auto captions for informal situations, but for events like this, I prefer professional captioners and interpreters.
Great, thank you. I'm just following some of the conversation that's happening in the chat. And one of the things that I think is interesting is in my personal work, I talk a lot about disability origin stories because for all of us, they're very different. And I actually see 2 points of disability origin stories. One is the point at which you became disabled, if it was by birth, if it was degenerative, if it was acquired. And then the second point of when you were proud of your disability identity. And so interestingly enough, in my work, my disability is the first thing that people know because of the organization that I run. I have seen a couple comments in the chat around captioning as well, to Svetlana's point. Skype and Google Hangouts do both have auto caption options. Zoom does not yet. There is a closed captioning option within Zoom, but you have to turn it on. But I have heard from other members of the community that they prefer to have the captions housed on an external link rather than try and read it within the chat. So yeah, I think what's interesting is the way that all of these technology companies are approaching accessibility is different and at different speeds and different paces. So I did want to add one more thing on Patricia's point, which is if you are unaware of the numbers, there are studies out. One came out by Accenture around the business case for disability, and those businesses who have invested, and probably Mary can speak to this, those who have invested in disability inclusion actually make more revenue and are more profitable. And then there's another research report, and I can include these in the chat, around the amount of discretionary spending that people with disabilities hold globally. And I believe the number is 1 trillion US. And then if you include friends and family, because as a disabled person, I wouldn't want my friends and family to support businesses that aren't investing in disability, that number comes out to 8 trillion US dollars. So I want to talk about what is and isn't working in terms of the virtual environment. We've touched on it a little bit, but I figured, you know, it's always interesting when we have corporates on these on these accessibility panels, because I know we're coming in saying, here are all the great things that CVS Aetna is doing. But yeah, Mary, we'll start with you again. Can you chat a little bit more about what is working and what isn't working? And you're on mute. Technology.
Forgive me. We communicate virtually through all kinds of avenues, and really that's depending on the line of business as to what they typically use. If they use Zoom or WebEx or other Microsoft Teams, whatever tools that they use. I know that one thing that is working for us is the virtual communication to our over 300,000 colleagues across the world through town halls. So we've been having a lot of frequent town halls, especially during this time, just to keep engaged with the employee population across the world. Any updates, what's going on with news events, communication surrounding the external and internal environment, and our response to that. So this has been a practice of ours even before the pandemic, but it really has been, we've found it to be very crucial during this time, and will continue to do so. So I know that's something that is really working. As far as the colleagues staying connected, we have colleague resource groups, or CRGs. So that's another way how colleagues can stay engaged with one another. And we offer webinars, guest speakers. Colleagues can stay informed and seek assistance with available resources that we have to offer. And we have 15 different colleague resource groups, whether it's a capabilities one, a Christian one, African American one, women, so forth. We have 15 different colleague resource groups with over 23,000 participating colleagues. So that's been another thing that's been working for us as far as keeping engaged.
And what's not working?
I can't really speak to as far as what's not working from an accessibility standpoint, just because there's so many different tools out there that are utilized within the enterprise. So I'm not part of the accessibility team, so I can't really speak specifically as far as what would not be working to share that detail. Sorry.
That's fine. That's why we have people with lived experience.
Yes.
We'll switch up the order. Svetlana, if you want to share a little bit about, I know you chatted a little bit about your preference for live captioning. I'm seeing a lot of comments in the chat about, actually it was your comment about commenting around how expensive accessibility is, or it's inconvenient. How can we kind of change that conversation around knowing that these should be carved out of every budget in order to be able to make whatever we're doing more accessible?
I wanted to add that the reason live captions are not in the Zoom is because the way it's designed is harder to read in real time than in a separate browser. As an accessibility consultant, I'm often told how expensive accessibility is. I tell that accessibility is not charity and it is a cost of doing business. Just like any other business expenses, accessibility is also considered a business expense.
Patricia, did you want to comment on kind of what is and isn't working for you in these virtual environments?
Yeah, I think generally speaking, it's been largely positive. We use Google Hangouts, and I find that to be a relatively accessible. I think the challenge that I have sometimes is that the audio of the voiceover then competes with whomever is speaking. So it's just a bit tricky that it's actually perfectly accessible, but it almost reads too much, and then I now cannot hear the person who's trying to speak to me. So that's a challenge. Other challenges, or people presenting a deck or presenting a whiteboard. Obviously, I can't see that, which often people will share it anyway, and I think it's good practice for everyone that they share it. Whiteboard conversations. I think in engineering, obviously that's critical, but I also think their drawings likely are not as illuminating as they think they are. So I always try to just remind them that I can't see them and for them to describe it, which I actually think is better for everyone involved, because your drawing with your boxes and your arrows probably isn't as clear as it is to you. So I think it's just generally good practice. One other challenge I've had recently, as I mentioned, I've broken this collarbone, so I can't use this right hand. So the keyboard commands for accessibility often require two hands, and I don't even know if I noticed that. So I will say, as a person with a disability, there's like my normal function, and then unfortunately right now I have a further adjustment. And I think people generally don't understand that. Why is it different now than it was a week ago? Why is it different now? And I think they oversimplify accessible technology by no fault of their own. But I think there's a lot of times I feel like they're sort of minimizing that. For example, I've had a few people ask me why I don't use dictation. Well, when I dictate, I make so many more mistakes, and now it's harder for me to correct it because I don't have my right hand. And I think we just have to, be constantly educating that there's the adaptation that is my normal, and then there's now a further level of adaptation that I'm also learning as I go. So it's just added complexity.
For sure. And I'll add, so I normally type with one hand because my other arm is paralyzed, and I have 5 keys on my keyboard that just decided they wanted to stop working. And so it's funny because I will tell other friends that I feel really proud of myself that I'm able to still function in a way online with all of these keys not working. But I guess I wanted to segue a little bit. And Patricia, I know you mentioned this, Svetlana, you also mentioned this as well. And interestingly enough, in part of the prep for this panel, it was proposed that in lieu of a phone call, here's a document. At which point, I believe maybe Svetlana had brought up that a phone call doesn't work. So I kind of wanted to ask both you and Patricia around being vocal about your needs, like how, because at least what I have heard is that sometimes that part can feel really exhausting, but how can we remind ourselves that some people may not be aware of other people's access needs? And are you finding this within your workspaces as well with your colleagues? Patricia.
Oh, thank you for letting me know. What I find is that if it's someone I work with regularly, and if I have established trust with that person, then I will be much more communicative about what I need or don't need. I probably would not spend a lot of time and energy educating someone who I don't interact with very often, just because it is such a conversation. And some people, I can say something once and they understand, and some people I can explain it, and then now that is the whole conversation, and then maybe they still will never understand it. So it's really case by case, and I would tend to explain it kind of in a one-on-one scenario, because I think people can be very defensive about when they feel they've been corrected. And I really never mean it as a correction. I really just mean it as I never expect you will anticipate my needs, because every person you meet is going to need something different. So I'm not expecting them to be prepared. But I would expect that once I've communicated and they're responsive, but like I'm the expert in what accommodation helps me, not necessarily what accommodation helps all persons with blindness and visual impairment. And I think that can be a very tricky conversation. And I never want someone to feel like they've been called out, or like I don't expect they would know that. And I think that's part of the cultural shift that has to happen, is that it is, I'm not expecting you to anticipate. I'm expecting to be the advocate for myself, if that makes sense.
Svetlana.
I would generally advise organizations to hire a consultant to explain how to better accommodate disabled people. There are organizations that do this. I also offer those services to help organizations improve accessibility for their web, media, events, education, and workplace. A consultant can add value for advice on general needs of disabled people. Since the needs of disabled people vary greatly, it's best to ask them individually what they need. Ask for feedback after every event.
That's great. And I also believe Svetlana is available for hire. And so I guess I just have one more question. I've been following some of the questions that people have put in the Q&A, so we'll turn over to that afterward. But I guess my last question for you, and Patricia, you chatted a little bit more about, hopefully the environment that we're in now sets the standard for what access looks like in a virtual environment. I guess my question is around why did it take a pandemic for us to finally be focused on what access looks like for people who have different types of disabilities? And what are you hoping, are there learnings from this that you're hoping employers who are on the call, HR reps, et cetera, will carry forward into the future?
Yeah, so one thing I think has been really eye-opening, even for myself, is that I'm in management. I have a team of 15 direct reports, and so I'm in all these conversations. that aren't even necessarily about disability, but they're all about now everyone's working from home. They may or may not have ever planned to work from home. So we all as leaders have to be accommodating and have to understand that they might need to work different hours. They might have childcare needs. They might have workspace needs. So I think it's really been this eye-opening experience to see that every employee as an individual and every employee as someone who has individual needs. And then individuals with disabilities are with that. But we've been advised to be asking each of our employees how we can better accommodate them, sort of as a blanket statement, not even just around disabilities. So I think now just disability fits naturally into this narrative that previously was seen as an outlier, although I don't necessarily agree that it's an outlier. It was seen that way. But now we're really being asked to accommodate everyone, you know. So if we imagine, like, I have an employee who has 5 children. Well, now he's childcare for 5 children. He and his wife both work from home, and now they're in charge of being, you know, homeschooling 5 children. They never meant to do that. So we're, you know, for every unique situation, we're being told to accommodate them. And like I said, I think accessibility just kind of naturally fits in that narrative.
I love that. It's almost, yeah, the question, everyone needs accommodation right now.
And one thing I will add to that is, you know, initially when we were having these conversations in leadership, people were saying leniency. They were throwing out the word leniency. And with the accommodation accommodation as it relates to disability, that I always try to be clear about is that we're not asking for a lower bar for performance. What we're asking for is tools. And what we're asking for is to have, you know, time if time is necessary, but I'm not asking for a lower quality bar. And that's what I've kind of brought back to the table as we're looking at everyone in their unique situations, is that it's not necessarily leniency on the quality, but how we get to that degree of quality. That's where the accommodation can take place. And really, I still want, even if it takes less workload, if it takes more time, whatever it takes, I want the quality bar. So I always really try to hammer that point as often as possible.
For sure. I think one of the interesting things is when I would always talk about my previous work experience, I'd always frame it in terms of my abilities versus disabilities, when really it was capabilities and qualifications for the job. So I actually think my own language that I was using about talking about how I would add value to workspaces mattered as well. Mary, what about for you? Are there certain best practices that you're hoping we carry out of this pandemic environment?
Sure. I think with most of our organization working from home, we're really learning new tools and resources to communicate with colleagues virtually. So learning those new tools and the capabilities and what the needs are of all colleagues, regardless of whether they have a disability or not, I think, and being flexible with that is key moving forward. Absolutely.
That's great, thank you. And when the pandemic first started, I remember a lot of my non-disabled friends were talking about how inconvenient many parts of being in a virtual environment were. And it made me think about how those of us who have different types of disabilities have been having to adapt and be flexible in a non-disabled world our whole lives. And one of my hopes out of all of this was that people then turn to the disability community and the type of consulting that Svetlana does around really looking to us as experts for how we navigate and adapt through this environment. Svetlana, what about for you? What are you hoping we carry out of this pandemic environment?
I think it's because everyone was forced to stay home and work and study from home and attend events from home that more organizations decided to make more flexible accommodations. It seems that it's when people finally realize accessibility issues experienced by us disabled people. I've seen articles mentioning this too, and I second other panelists. Many disabled people have been asked for flexible workplace accommodations and have been denied. Now the pandemic finally made people realize how disabled people feel. I hope that post-pandemic, more organizations will be open to remote options and flexibility. For me and other deaf people, post-pandemic would be frustrating for us as many people will be wearing masks and keeping distance. Masks make it impossible for us to lip read. Harder to read sign language, as it's more than just hands. It also includes facial expressions. Even if people don't talk, we cannot see behind masks their expressions, not to mention if they also use sunglasses in addition to masks. It's a nightmare for us. So people wearing masks need to be patient and understanding of deaf people. I've heard many complaints from deaf people with people who were not patient and got mad when they asked to communicate in writing or try to tell them they are deaf. Instead of moving masks temporarily, they only yell louder, speak louder, which doesn't help deaf people. Masks also muffle speech, which makes it harder for people who wear hearing aids to hear.
Thank you. Before we turn over to the Q&A, I did want to ask a disability-specific question, which is, what is your hope? Or I guess I'll frame it this way. I'll say, I am hoping that we can really move the needle on closing the disability employment gap now that we know that we can work remotely and we can navigate in virtual environments. I was curious if any of our panelists had similar thinking around what the pandemic has taught us about disability hiring and disability employment.
I would answer that. You know, I really hope that this is an opportunity, because it is a bit of a leveling the playing field a bit, to say that individual with disability can be a value add to the team, and they might be interested in working in the accessibility space, because something people ask me about all the time is why I don't work in the accessibility space. But just like any other human being, they have their unique interests and want to work in line with those interests. So I think to be seen more as a human being with all the complexities of likes and dislikes and strengths and weaknesses, and less as this sort of separate entity. And I really hope this is our opportunity to kind of level that and include that as a part of a, you know, everyone's talking about the new normal, and I do hope that becomes part of the new normal.
Beautiful, thank you. Svetlana, Mary, did you want to add anything?
I would say that disabled people are great problem solvers. So they can bring a lot of value to the community.
Yeah, so individuals with disabilities make up 1 billion of the world's population and are 2 times likely to be unemployed. And there's such a critical talent pool that are significantly underrepresented in the workplace. We find that individuals with disabilities tend to be some of the most creative and innovative and most loyal employees, and provide a unique perspective based on their own personal experiences and challenges that translates into a significant business advantage. So I think employers are I really like to see employers move forward in hiring more individuals with disabilities, meeting their needs, their accommodation needs, and that it's oftentimes there's individuals who don't even need an accommodation, or that the need is at minimal cost. So I'm hoping that this is really that employers are educating themselves with the market and what they can do as far as best practices on their outreach to help drive that diverse talent to their enterprise.
For sure. And I think I'll just add too that having more visibility of people who are vocal about the fact that they have disabilities and are in the workplace I think are really important, because I think as I look to, future generations, a lot of times if you don't see yourself if you don't see other people who have disabilities on those teams, then you actually don't think that those may be opportunities for you. I wanted to, this question, it sounds like is for Mary. I'm going to combine Amanda and Janet's questions, which are, as a recruiter, I'm thinking of adding a confirmation email and asking if the candidate has a disability. If so, how can we better communicate during the interview process? And what are your viewpoints around language making accommodations versus modifications?
Okay, I'm sorry, the internet was kind of spotty there, so I want to make sure that I understand the question. As far as asking candidates if they had a disability, did I understand that?
So there's a question from a recruiter asking about how to ask the candidate if they have access needs during their interview process. Mary, you're on mute again.
Okay, sorry, my internet's been a little spotty. So we want to be sure that we're not asking candidates if they have a disability. One thing that we do is we train all of our talent acquisition, all of our recruiters within our talent acquisition team on unconscious bias, because bias affects every decision you make, whether you know it or not. So we do provide that training for all of our talent acquisition recruiters and on what to ask and what not to ask of candidates. We want to be sure that we're not asking candidates if they have a disability. All questions should be the same for each and every candidate interviewed for that particular job. And the questions need to be job specific, whether they're capable to do the job. But we want to be sure that we're not asking anything disability related. If the candidate shares or discloses that they have a disability or is in need of accommodation, then absolutely what we do is we refer them to our dedicated reasonable accommodations team, where they will work confidentially with them on their needs. So that's one thing that we want to be sure that we're not asking for that information. We want to be sure that we're focused on, okay, what's required of the job, and let's ask questions pointed toward that. But one thing we found to be helpful within our organization is training on unconscious bias. So, and really just tackling your unconscious bias. And when you challenge your unconscious biases, and you think through things, you have a better chance of making good decisions for yourself and your organization.
That's great. And I hope there's a entire track on tackling unconscious bias, because I know that's a big one, but a big part of that is really slowing down, right? The whole fact that the whole reason we have biases is because we want to make these shortcuts. So I'm going to ask one more question, and then I want to close. Lots of great stuff in the chat. I want to close by asking if people want to follow up with you, what's the best way to do that? But before I get there, I've been seeing a lot in the chat around people who have chronic illnesses, ways to disclose that, because that's more of a hidden disability. Again, you can cover or you can pass as non-disabled. There was a question in the Q&A, and this question is for everyone, around how we can really combat these ideals around capitalism, efficiency, and productivity with the fact that, or maybe not the fact that, with sometimes the way that those of us who have disabilities will do things differently. And anyone can go. If you want to raise your hand, I can call on you, or you can just.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to that. You know, I do hiring often. I do hiring, and one of the things that has been a learning curve for me, you know, it's a matter of my own bias to hire someone that I think has a similar mindset or similar attitude. But now, as my team grows, I really have to look at it as hiring for balance across the team. So, for example, I have some people who are excellent big picture engineers. I have some people who have no idea why they're doing what they're doing, but they're excellent technical engineers. So really, as persons with disabilities, as we're, going for employment and in this capitalistic world, don't try to be the perfect candidate. Just make sure that you are clear about what differentiates you, and that person hopefully is hiring for balance across the team. So for example, if you are an excellent problem solver, if you have disability or not, I wholeheartedly believe that everyone who's listening today has something unique that is their value add that has nothing to do with their disability. So just make sure you know what your strengths are and you make a case for yourself, and that hopefully it's a right fit for that company, right opportunity. That I have absolute confidence in everyone who's listening right now that there's capabilities you're bringing to the table that no one else has, something uniquely suited to you and your strengths. So that's kind of how I look at it.
Thanks. And I guess I'll say for me, it has been very important for me to vocalize that because I only type with one hand, I'll get the work done. Just let me know what the deadline is, and then I'll work on my own time. And I think being able to have the flexibility in that communication with my managers has been important. Svetlana? Oh, go ahead, Mary.
I was just going to chime in real quick. Research shows that companies that embrace best practices for employing individuals with disabilities in the workforce have outperformed their peers, and we're on average twice as likely to have higher total stakeholder returns than those of their peer group. So that's just another advantage of why employers should be mindful of hiring individuals with disabilities and really work toward that goal.
So Alana, I see you kind of answered in the chat. When invited to interviews, I disclose my deafness in order to get communication access services. Even though my deafness is invisible, it's hard to pass as a non-deaf person. I will have communication issues. So we have 3 minutes left, and I do want to be cognizant of time. I have one more question though. If you could add anything to the ADA, it's the 30th anniversary this year on July 26th. What's your dream, one thing you would like to see added? I guess I can go. I would like to abolish sub-minimum wage. It's still legal in the US to pay disabled people minimum wage.
I hate to say this, but I don't think I know enough about the specifics of ADA to have a real request, but I will basically, I guess I'll say that I wish that there was, if I had to change one thing, I wish that there was a different attitude about disability. And I think when people see me, they go immediately, they want to tell me about everything they've ever heard about a blind person. And they see it as my most defining characteristic, which I always find a little cringeworthy because I have a very full and complete life. I have just the same likes and dislikes as anyone else. And I wish that if there was one cultural change, they saw individuals with disabilities as their whole selves and not as this one defining characteristic.
Svetlana, I'm not sure if you have anything to add, but I am wondering, based off of our conversation, if it would be mandatory captioning, option to have mandatory captioning and or interpreters at everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally, to close it out, thanks, Svetlana. To close it out, if people want to continue the conversation with you, what is the best way to do that? I know Svetlana has included a link in the chat to ways you can get in contact with her. Patricia, Mary, do you have preferences?
Sure, I'll add my email in the chat, absolutely.
And yeah, you're welcome to find me on LinkedIn. Just include in the note that you're from Power to Fly.
Yeah, and I would also say LinkedIn, and I noticed a few people have added me already, which I greatly appreciate, and I'm always happy to help in any way. Unfortunately, I type so slowly right now. I've not yet adjusted to typing one-handed, particularly left-handed one-handed. But my email is patricia at blindambitionspeaking.com. And I do, for anyone who's interested, I do have a book published, nothing to do with disability, as a matter of fact, but I have a world record in Ironman triathlon. So it's a book on goal achievement that way. So if anyone's interested, you can find it at Amazon, anywhere. So.
And fun fact, Patricia is a Paralympian as well. So we're close.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah.
We're right on time. Thanks so much, everyone. And I will hand it back to the Power to Fly team.
Thank you, Tiffany. And thank you all so much for speaking today. Patricia, Mary, Svetlana, we really, really appreciate it. This was such an informative panel. As you know, some of you were asking if this session was being recorded. It is, and we will have that session recorded up as soon as possible. Don't forget to grab that great contact information from the chat. And also, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. This is Rob, the events manager at Power to Fly. So thank you again so much for coming. We are on our main stage track right now. We're going to have our main stage talk with Maxine Williams, who is the one of the leaders in global diversity at Facebook. So please just pop over to that. Otherwise, you know, we have more talks on this track coming up in about an hour. And Abby, I'll just pass it back over to you to wrap up with some housekeeping.
Sure. You just about covered it, Rob. We're good. We're taking a break here on the inclusion track for the next hour as Maxine Williams speaks. So I encourage you all to go listen in. But otherwise, we'll see you back in an hour to get the ball rolling again. Thank you all so much. We'll see you in a bit.
Hey, Ra, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Perfect. How are you?
Hi, ladies. I'm well. How are you doing?
Doing well. It's been another exciting day in the virtual summit. Some really great conversations.
I can only imagine. Congratulations and thank you for all of your hard work.
Oh, of course.
It is a bit of a marathon, I must say.
Mhm. I am so sure that that is true. You all are going to sleep very good tonight or tomorrow or
Once this is over, yes.
whatever.
Coming weekend.
Exactly.
It's been a lot of work, but it's such a great cause. It's work that I think we all get to feel so good about. So
yeah.
It's nice to do. Did you get some lunch, Abby?
I did.
Good.
I did. You know, just like any adult, I had a great grilled cheese sandwich for lunch.
Yes. Love it.
That moment when it's like, what's very fast? Grilled cheese. Okay, let's do this. Food. Must food.
Grilled cheese is great. There's so much you can do with it too. Dress it up, keep it simple. I just had leftovers, so it wasn't as nice as a grilled cheese, honestly, but it's fuel for the afternoon.
I'm a very plain grilled cheese kind of person. It's bread, butter, cheese. Don't mess with it. Like bread, butter, and cheese. What else do you need in life?
No, it's so good as is. With some tomato soup. It's like my meal of being 10 years old.
I'm not a tomato person. They're too acidic for me.
Okay, well, your fancy butternut squash soup, which was delicious.
Which I've been meaning to make. I have a butternut squash that's been staring at me for like a week now. I'm like, just make it. So I think they should be wrapping up on the main track in 2 minutes. So typically what we've been seeing when it's the first chat after the main track, people jump on like the minute after. So like there's 8 of us right now. But I say, give it about 90 seconds and then it just starts to shoot up. So we'll just take, a minute or so after the hour and then we'll kick it off.
And then when I'm ready, I have a couple of slides, and when I'm ready for the slides, I can just hit my share screen and bring on my awesome.
Yep.
Pain.
Yep, I will just go over some housekeeping things, and then we'll stop sharing our screen and pass it over to you, and all will be well. And I see.
I was gonna say, we could keep this slide up for a little bit because I'm just gonna kind of warm and talk, and then I'll turn into the other slides.
Sure. We like to take the slides down so people can see the face, but absolutely, whatever works. But we're at the hour. I see participants coming in already. So I'm just gonna get started with going over some housekeeping things and then we'll switch over. So, hey everyone, welcome back to the inclusion track. Thanks so much as ever for joining Power to Fly at our Diversity Reboot 2020. Hope you all have been enjoying yourselves. I know I have. I know the Power to Fly team has all been like super excited. So this has been fantastic getting to see all of you. Before we get started on this talk, I just want to go over a couple quick housekeeping things. So to all attendees, your camera and audio will remain off for the duration of the talk, but we still love to hear from you. So feel free to use the chat feature to add comments, the Q&A feature to add questions, and we'll get to as many as we can. If you have any kind of technical difficulty or anything like that, feel free to, you can privately chat me or my colleague Sarah, and we are happy to help in whatever way we can. If you're looking for SHRM credits, check the code in the top left corner that you can use to redeem for your professional development credits. And then I also always like to refer everyone to the code of conduct in the chat section. We just include that to ensure that we all have a good experience. We're very happy to have open discussion. So without any further ado, I'd love to dive into the upcoming talk, Rising in the Midst of Chaos, Thoughts, Real Talk, on Calling, Courage, and Contribution. We're joined by Ra Gaddis, the author and founder and CEO of Move the Crowd. Ra, I am thrilled to pass it over to you. You are still on mute.
Thank you so much, Gail. So appreciated. And I just want to give a shout out to Milena and Catherine and all of the incredible speakers, and of course, all of you for making the time and the space today to be in this particular conversations, as I'm sure you've been in many, many conversations. And my hope for you is at the end of all of this, you will take a nice Zoom break and zoom out or zone out, pun intended. As I know that you are digesting a lot, you are processing a lot, you are hearing a lot and experiencing a lot. So my joy and opportunity to be in conversation with you all today comes at a time where I know that all of us are doing a lot of deep searching and deep thinking and deep looking, not just professionally and in the context of our roles and responsibilities, but also in the context of our humanity. There is a saying in the theater, a moment in a performance where an actor breaks the fourth wall. And the term is used to describe the way in which the actor consciously chooses to suspend sort of belief and, or I should say, suspend disbelief or suspend the fantasy of what you're experiencing and actually take the risk to step out into the real world and into real time. And in that time, he asks or she asks the audience to move from the role of spectator into the role of participant. And so today we are going to have a very candid family conversation and talk about leadership. And I am going to take the risk with love and care and devotion to break the fourth wall with you and invite you into this conversation. I love that Abigail already gave the invitation to be able to hit me up in the chat. I love it interactive. So by all means, please feel free to let it rip as whatever I say may be resonating with you. And even though I know in this context, we won't have time for Q&A, I do want to say that I am open to receiving any questions you may have, any comments you may have, any conversations you want to take deeper or go farther with. It would be my joy to engage you. And so maybe we'll talk a little bit about that at the end. I want to start with a story. So in probably about the middle of March, maybe a week after we started to get the real feel that this reality of ours was going to shift, I had a dream. And in the dream, I was in the middle of a raging sea. And the waves were coming to me at a rate and at a height that was unimaginable. And I could see myself fighting and moving and stroking and pushing and this urge within me. I could feel this urge within me to try to make it to the shore. And the shore, I knew that like if I was not in here kicking, fighting, screaming, pushing, forcing, that I was not going to make it to my destination, right? The shore, which metaphorically for me in the dream represented my destiny. And I remember in the midst of being overcome by yet another wave and feeling myself almost starting to give up hope, I felt the image and an energy come beside me. And in the image, the energy showed me an image of myself in the same stormy conditions, the same stormy sky, the same raging sea, the same crazy tumultuous waves. But rather than fighting and pushing and forcing and kicking, trying to make my way to the shore, I was actually being rocked to and fro by the tumultuous waves, kind of like a baby. And in the rocking to and fro, I was magically, mysteriously, yet lovingly and compassionately being carried onto the shore. And I heard the voice as I saw that image say to me, do not fight the waves. Let the current carry you. Do not fight the waves. Let the current carry you. And in that morning when I awoke, I wrote an open letter to my community outlining what I had understood in the dream and actually redefining and reframing this moment of what we know to be pandemic and self-quarantine as the sacred pause for the cause. And in this conversation, it represented a meditation that I had with spirit. And I'm going to speak very openly about my relationship with spirit. And this is not to enforce or impose anything on anyone else, but it's just to give you a sense of how I live my life and how I choose to be guided. And why I'm revealing that is because I feel like we're in a moment where it is so important for all of us to come clean about the truth of who we really are, right? So that we really can find each other below the roles, below the obligations, below the responsibilities, below the pressing demands of often what guides us day to day, moment to moment, hour to hour. Yeah. So for me in this meditation, what I came to understand was that, 2020 was a year already, it was sort of written that 2020 was going to be a very intense year. Now, could we have imagined it would look like this? Hardly, right? But 2020 in the sense of cosmology and astrology and numerology and whatever other maybe sources of information we follow, whether we look at the Chinese zodiac, just any of the other sort of ways that we maybe evaluate or come to interpret or understand the journey of life and the way that time works in the rhythm and in the flow and in the evolution of our evolution. 2020 was already kind of set up to be a tough year, right? It was all going to be about work, all about foundation, all about setting up the next 20 years. Of course, we were also coming into a new decade. Of course, we also had the double digit, right? All of that going for us in the context of this energy. But one of the things that was articulated in this was that in this conversation of foundation, we had not realized as a human family just how far out of integrity we were. And so the mandate to go home in the context of this sacred pause for the cause was all about this opportunity to get our foundation in order. Whether that was about coming home to ourselves and dealing with the level of self-neglect. And we all know what it's like to have demanding jobs and demanding roles and demanding realities in the context of home and work and family and community and all of the roles that we play, right? Day in and day out. But it was about the coming home to ourselves and being willing to re-nourish and replenish and revitalize and resustain ourselves, because already only a month and a half into the year, a lot of us were depleted, right? Already between January and the middle of February, right? The second mandate in the conversation to go home was about getting our house in order. Now, here's the truth. Some of us know that home is an incredible place. It is our sanctuary. It is the place where we come for solitude. It is the place where we come to rest our head. It is the place where we're willing to put the shield down. We're willing to drop the veils. We're willing to be honest and vulnerable and authentic, maybe in all of the ways that the rest of the world doesn't quite allow. For others of us, home is a battleground. And for a lot of us, maybe work was the escape. Right? The job, the business, the opportunity, whatever it was, everything outside of home was where we were trying to find our life and trying to find our bearings, because home for many of us maybe was a nightmare for lots and lots of reasons. And so in this mandate to go home and get our house in order, it was about our willingness and our ability to be able to confront all of the places where we had brought care and nurturance and support and cultivation, and all of the places maybe that had been negated or neglected or sort of set aside, right? And so as we are in the midst of grappling with these questions and with these conversations, the opportunity for us was to really take an inventory. So it was home as an environment, it was home as in relationships, and it was home as in finances, and looking at our financial integrity as well. And we all know that there has been lots of learning there, lots of difficult, challenging learning there, whether it was boom or whether it was bust, and everything in between. And then the third area in the mandate to come home or go home was about the realigning of our energy, individually, collectively, globally, societally, environmentally, realigning and resetting our energy to come back into that next level of integrity with ourselves, the truest and most authentic parts of ourselves, and with the highest version of our calling and our purpose and our mission. And in that place was the room for inspiration and new ideas and innovation and ways of seeing it differently. And we all know that there was tons of pivoting going on, for better or worse, right? But some of that pivoting was not only necessary, but it was guided by something bigger. And the conversation that I want to have to you today, with you today, about our future is guided by something bigger, bigger than the mechanics and the logistics of how we are going to work in the context of the future of our work together. The deeper conversation, we know that that's important, whether that's technology or how we understand culture remotely. We know that those questions and those conversations are important. Amen. However, at the beginning, middle, and end of the day, this is a conversation about people. And our conversation about the future of work and our conversation about the future of our world is about the conversation of us and who we are going to be for one another. Regardless of the accolades, regardless of the degrees and the commendations, regardless of the appreciations and all of the ways in which we often can create silos of connection. This is an opportunity for us to lay it all bare and to come into a new paradigm of genuine, authentic connection that is actually led by our humanity. And that we have the opportunity as leaders and agents of change, because I know that that is who you are, to do it differently, to do it honestly, to do it compassionately, and to do it courageously. And so what this moment of breaking the fourth wall with you all is about today is talking about how do we strengthen, how do we fortify, how do we clarify what is our work inside of this larger work that is now begging to be done. Now I want to say this right up in front. If you are not uncomfortable, deeply, deeply uncomfortable with what is all of what is moving through our world right now, then I really don't know what to tell you. Because every possible gap and hole in our foundation as a global human family is being laid bare. And every fundamental disconnect in structure is being shown. Now, I've been, as I'm sure you all have been, paying attention to all of the different discourse and all of the different various media channels. I will tell you, I sip slowly, kind of like fine cognac, because you have to be careful about where you get hooked and what you allow to take over your mindset and your energy. And I'm going to talk to you all about that in a minute. And how do you honor that and develop that discipline for yourself? But what I will say to you is that there's only one team. And I will say to you that there's only one family, and that is the human family. And as much as we may silo and architect and develop hierarchy and tell these ones they can have a voice and those ones they need to shut up and these ones need to lean forward and those ones need to sit back, it is going to take every single solitary hand and heart we have to get this done, you all. We got work to do. We got work to do. And so in our time today, in this little brief, tiny minute moment in time that I have access to your mind, your heart, and your spirit with love and deep care and great devotion, I'm going to call you forth, which is different than calling you out. Though you may feel just as uncomfortable, I want you to know that what you're feeling is my love and my dedication and my commitment to your leadership, because you, my love, have work to do. And I don't care where your role is. I don't care how many layers exist above you. I don't care if you are just entering into a new organization or on your way out. I don't care if you've built it from scratch or if you're still just chewing on an idea that you're not even sure has the right to live. I'm talking to you because you have work to do. So I want you to start to listen in our conversation about where it is that you're being called right now. And what is your work in this grander work that we all need to roll up our sleeves and get ready to do on behalf of your future, my future, and the futures of our children? I want you to start to ask yourself, where are you being challenged / invited to be courageous right now? Maybe in a way like never before, so that your work can happen. I want you to ask yourself, what is the contribution that is knocking on my door? That if I'm willing to allow it, I'm willing to let go, and I'm willing to surrender, and I'm willing to manage my concerns enough to allow and let happen, I know will change the game inside of whatever it is that I choose to put my hands on right now. This is your moment. This is your opportunity. Now, for some of you, I know you're hot and rare and you're ready. You're like, man, I've been waiting for this moment. I don't even have to use fancy language anymore. I can just start to say it plain. Amen. For others of you, this is a time of deep, deep fear and doubt and confusion. And you may not be sure what is up or down or left or right, or what is appropriate, or what you can say or cannot say. You may be clueless with love about what even there is to do. So this moment of listening is important, just as important for you. For others of you, you are still in the trauma of what has occurred. And you maybe, or maybe not, haven't had room to emotionally process. Yes, dare I boldly say this in a professional context, I do emotionally process all of what is going on for you right now. And give yourself room to even feel and sit in the devastation and allow the information of the devastation and all of what we've occurred in all of the ways that it has shown up to work you. Now, what we also know is in addition to all of the devastation, there's been incredible inspiration. There have been glimmers of light. There have been beacons of hope. We have seen courage at every level and from every facet of our society, and may it keep coming. And may it be a part of your work, and may you be the ones leading it right now. This moment is your moment. So when you think about the contribution that you want to make in this moment, also consider how it fits inside of your larger calling and purpose. Now, it may not align with your job description. So this may be an opportunity to have a bolder conversation with those you are collaborating and engaging with. It may not align right now yet with your company mission. So there may be work and conversations to have there. It may not show up like convenient when you consider the quote unquote real bottom line work to be done in the company. I darely, boldly want to say there is no more important work than the work of us right now. And it will bear whatever fruit we desire if we're willing to honestly, authentically, humbly and courageously surrender to it. So I want to talk to you now about how do you do that, right? How do you do that? In what way can you do that? And I specifically also want to speak to those of us who are exhausted already. We're not even really out the gate yet, but you're already tired. You've already had a million conversations. You've already held 1,000 spaces. You've already supported and cajoled and helped orchestrate and navigate and direct and guide and educate, and you really just want to go take a nap. I also want to speak to your apathy and your resignation, because I hear you when the big question everybody is asking, the $1 million question everybody's asking, we're like, yes, we know that the way that we work is going to change. But the fundamental question we're really going to ask is anything really at the core of our being going to be different? Going to be different. Really? Well, that depends on you. That depends on you. And it depends on me. So I'm talking to me like I'm talking to you. And what I want to share with you in this little bit of time that we got left is a framework. And it is something that I'm going to be making available to all of you all. You can get it through my LinkedIn, through my IG. I'll share all of that good stuff at the end. It's my gift to you. Use it in whatever way serves you. But I want to say that we are in a defining moment, but the truth is we are in a montage of defining moments. We are in a tsunami of defining moments. And the truth is that there are going to be more coming. These are not the first, and they will not be the last. And so how you ready yourself, how you prepare yourself, what are the practices and the methodologies and the touchstones that you begin to gather so you have your bearings and your groundings and your sea legs is really the heart of this conversation. It's really the heart of this conversation. So let's go. There are five invitations that then come with 5 corresponding practices. And again, you will get them at the end of this talk, access to them through my channels. But I want to give you the heart of what these conversations are so that you can work with them for yourself in the context of your leadership. The first invitation and practice is to check in with you and you consistently. No matter what role you occupy, no matter what orientation, no matter what cultural grounding, no matter what classification or perspective, we are human. And the degree to which we actively, consciously honor and check in with our humanity is the degree to which we can offer care and compassion and respect and listening and service to others. You cannot give compassion that you do not have. And it isn't that we're not capable of it, but so many of us push ourselves to the edge of our capacities in the context of our work or what we believe is important, which is so often more externally than internally focused, that we often, when it comes to us, do not have a whole lot left. We've got to reverse that. We've got to flip the game on that. We've got to change the way we orient ourselves. And rather than prioritizing everything that is out there, we got to come home first and foremost and engage in the practice of checking in and giving room and permission for our mental, spiritual, and emotional inventory. At every turn, gathering greater self-awareness that will guide and inform how we move. Emotions carry pertinent information for us. And anytime we're feeling, we should be listening. Anytime we're surging inside, we should be stopping and observing. And taking a moment to check in and get clear about what's driving and guiding and wanting our attention in any given moment. Number 2, Define this moment for yourself. You heard me talk about sacred pause for the cause. It's an example of defining a moment for myself. Define this moment for yourself. There's a lot of conversation on all the different channels about what this is or what this isn't, or what this could be or what this might not be, or what the future is going to hold or what it won't hold, or whether we're done or whether we're in for the long haul, or whether it's going to get easier or whether it's going to get harder. Stop. Come back to you. Get silent and still and ask the question, what do I want this moment to be for me? Where am I being invited to grow right now? Where am I being encouraged to stand up or stand down? Where am I being encouraged to step out or lean back? Where am I being invited to do things differently, to think newly? And what is it that I'm ultimately committed to as I consider this crisis / opportunity / crisis / opportunity? And how do I dance with the reality and the truth of both? Self-defining is necessary, especially as we move into these next waves of our future together. Invitation number 3, get to the root of your greatest challenge. Your biggest opportunity for growth and success and transformation lives at the root of the problem. Get to the root. Because often our challenges or our trouble is, we're often still talking about the leaves. We don't even make it to the stems, more or less the branches. Hello, more or less the trunk. We got to get deeper inside the tree. We got to understand at a fundamental level what is going on. And that begins with what is going on with you, and then it radiates out from there. Strengthening our capacity to get to the core of what is going on 100% sets us up for the ability to address it, to resolve it, to transform it, to solve it, to engage it, to learn from it. A lot of us have got to dig way, way deeper. Way, way deeper. As a practice.
I am popping in real quick. I mean, to put it frankly, Ron, I know you have a couple more slides. Unfortunately, we're at there. You know, kind of reiterating some of what's been said in the chat. I think you brought us all to church, man. Like, oh my God, like just.
So you can get this, the rest of this, LinkedIn, IG, at Raw Goddess. I want to thank you all. As you all can see, this is courageous imperfection in action. This is part of what I think we need to be modeling. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much, Abigail. Thank you so much, Sarah. Again, you all feel free to touch me. Let's continue the conversation.
Thank you so much. Truly, thank you for sharing all of this with us. Thank you for sharing yourself with us. Very, very, very powerful. I hope if you have a minute that you do have a chance to go and look through the chat and maybe even message some people back, because oh, good feels. Thank you. So to move bravely onwards, I will go through a couple things before introducing our next panel. Quickly, as a reminder, you're on the inclusion track. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget that there are other tracks that you can hop into if you'd like. We have amazing speakers across impact, future of work, and engineering. But of course, we're thrilled to have you here as well. Always keep in mind that, outside of the Summit Power to Fly, we hold a lot of daily virtual chats, so feel free to check any of those out. We're happy to see you now. We'll be thrilled to see you outside of the Summit as well. For the upcoming presentation, just want to note your cameras and audio will remain off, but absolutely feel free to use the chat and the Q&A to share comments and questions. We'd love to hear from you, and we'll get to as many questions as we can. If you're looking for SHRM credit, make sure to grab the code from the top left corner of the screen. And don't forget to refer to our code of conduct in the chat to ensure that everyone has a really great experience today. So with that, I want to welcome our next guests. We're going to be talking about supporting employee career development and retention through coaching. So we'll be joined by Randy Braun, the founder at Something Major, Francesca Hernandez, Senior Engineering Manager at Verbo Marketing Data, which is with Expedia Group, and had one of those moments. Desiree Booker, Principal Consultant and Career Strategist at Color Vision Lab. Ladies, so glad to have you joining us today. Desiree, I'm happy to pass it over to you.
Yes, thank you so much for that, Abigail. I really appreciate it. I just want to make sure that you guys can hear me and everything okay. So awesome. Well, my name is Desiree Booker. I'm the founder and CEO of Color Vision Lab, where we focus primarily on empowering people of color to be successful in the workplace through career coaching while working with organizations to help them attract and recruit diverse talent. I'm super excited to have been tapped for this opportunity to facilitate this really important dialogue around supporting employee career development and retention through coaching. And I am joined by Francesca Hernandez as well as Randy Braun. I will give you guys an opportunity to introduce yourselves and tell us all about your businesses. So Randy, if you want to kick it off, that'd be great.
Thank you, Desiree, and thank you so much, Abigail. So excited, just like you are, Desiree, and I know Francesca is as well, to be here. I'm Randy Braun. I'm the founder and CEO of Something Major Coaching. I'm a I'm an executive coach, consultant, trainer, and speaker, and I spend all of my time working to empower women in the workplace.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Randy. Francesca?
Hi, everyone. My name is Francesca Hernandez, and I'm at Expedia Group as a senior engineering manager, mainly focusing on Verbo marketing data products.
Welcome. Awesome. Well, we'll go ahead and jump right in because we have a lot to cover in a short period of time and a lot of juicy things to talk about. So what I'd like to start off the conversation with is just talking about what coaching is and how it's different from mentorship. So, right now we're still currently, experiencing COVID-19 and a bunch of civil unrest in society. And during quarantine, a lot of people have been seeking coaching in a number of different spaces. And some people are new to this concept and some people are a little bit more familiar with it. But when we talk about coaching in the workplace and professional coaching, what would you say is the key difference between coaching and mentorship?
I can go ahead and start off. So coaches help the coachees anticipate and tackle specific challenges and career development goals. This can be like specific task-based or like overall career-based. A mentor, though, it's less focused on a specific problem. It's more having someone that can share their own wisdom and experiences and provide insight and guidance to the mentee along their journey. Mentorship is more reactive and more open-ended and can span like a long time. And coaching is more prescriptive and proactive, and it's kind of more targeted to a specific goal or challenge.
Thank you, Francesca. Randy, do you have anything to add? Oh, did we lose Randy? Okay, not sure what happened. I'm sure Randy will pop back on, but oh, Randy, I think we have you now. Okay, well, I'll give her a second, but yeah, I think that you made a really good point, Francesca. I think a lot of people, when we look at coaching, sometimes people feel like, you know, you only need coaching if you have a problem, but in fact, some of the highest performers, you know, in so many different spaces, you know, enlist the help of coaches to grow their businesses, to grow their careers, and so many different things, right? So, oh, Brandy, we have you back. Awesome. Did you have anything to add there?
I mean, it's not a virtual event if you don't have some kind of technical difficulty, right?
Yes.
So I only heard the first little part of what Francesca said, but, from my perspective as an executive coach, the way I think about it is that mentors and coaches, they're both sounding boards. They're both people who can help you with your goals. A mentor typically is more at the ready to give you the answers, whereas a coach, at least the way that I work in my practice, and Desiree, I'm sure for you, it's pretty similar, really working to help people unlock what's already inside of them. And really bring their values and their goals to the surface and help design action plans and accountability to create a life at work and at home where they're living those values every day.
Yes, super, super powerful. And that really does kind of lead me into the next question, Randy, and kind of talking about what people should look for in a potential coach. I know there are a number of different factors that people consider when they're selecting a coach, some of them, based on credentials, like ability and all these different things. But from your perspective, what do you think people should really keep their eye out for when it comes to getting a really great coach?
Yeah, absolutely. It actually kind of reminds me of when you go to shop for a house or an apartment, right? You have a whole list of things you want. I need something that's close to work. My commute will be good, certain amenities. And with a coach, it's the same thing. Typically, you have an idea for you want someone with a certain level or skill set or different types of experiences. But I often tell people, really go on these. First of all, word of mouth is everything. You want to work with somebody who's impacted somebody a lot of the time. But also, I always encourage them, go on their website, see what they've written, see how they view the world, and see if that's going to align with your values, or see if it's something that piques your curiosity. So you could come with your whole checklist or your whole bucket list, but oftentimes there's something really rich about exploring that, not just in reading their content, but of course, in connecting with them, having a conversation and just seeing, is the chemistry there? Just like when you walk into that apartment or that house, it's like you came in with your checklist, but you just know that gut feeling like, oh, this is home or not, right? And your coach should feel like home.
Yes, no, that's a really great way to put it. And I mean, there are a lot of coaches out there who kind of serve in the same niches. And, for example, for me, I'm a career coach. There are a lot of people out there who do what I do, but there's a lot to be said about the delivery and the personal connections and relationships that you build throughout that time that you work together. And there just has to be a trust factor, right? That's a huge part of coaching. You have to trust the client, they have to be coachable, and they need to trust you, because sometimes the strategies that we leverage is maybe a little bit more unconventional. They may not make sense in the beginning, but there's purpose behind everything that you do in coaching, right?
I love that. And that's why that mutual fit is so important right from the get-go, because with your coach, you should be able to go deeper than in a lot of ways you've ever gone with someone else. And this is the last thing I'll say, Desiree and Francesca, is that, as someone who has their own coach, even what I love about coaching is it's the one place in your life where the only agenda the coach has is your agenda.
Absolutely.
Instead
Absolutely.
of agenda for you. Yeah.
Yes. Awesome. Well, Francesca, I wanted to talk to you a little bit more about the coaching style that you've developed. So you have a pretty extensive track record, being a manager, especially in the engineering space, which is amazing, because you don't find a ton of women being leaders in that space. So over your years, kind of managing these different teams, how have you developed, your own personal coaching style over the years?
So yeah, I guess I'm still relatively earlier on in my managerial career, having been a manager for maybe 3-4 years. But I distinctly remember when I first, was interested in management, I took a course on situational leadership. So this model was created by Hershey and Blanchard in the 1960s, and it's basically evaluating the maturity and competence of the individual and then matching your leadership style to be more or less directive and more or less supportive based on the situation and based on the person. And, every coaching situation, it can either be around a specific task or it can be kind of on a overall career goal. So it's important to like factor both of those into, you know, seeing where someone lies on the spectrum and what level of leadership you need to provide. I'm also really big on having regular one-on-ones. It's really one of the favorite parts of my week, actually. And I try to limit that to be more around career goals and feedback rather than like project specific updates, unless that's what they really want to talk about. But because project specific updates can be done like during team meetings, and I'd rather use the one-on-one time to really focus on the individual. And yeah, I keep like a shared one-on-one notes page to really, you know, create shared accountability, and also keep their goals right at the top of the document, like in the header. So it's like a refresher every time we meet. Like, let's go over these goals. How are things going? What's the next like little milestone that, you know, you want to take on to achieve this goal?
Absolutely. And I love that you mentioned that, you know, even though you have 3 to 4 years of experience in the managerial space, that, you know, you're still learning. And, you know, the same is true for all of us. Like, I don't think anyone could have predicted all that 2020 would have, you know, brought to us. Everybody thought that 2020 was going to be this year of clarity and just like, this is my year. And it's been a great year, you know, in some ways, but it's been one of the most unpredictable years ever. So, you know, we've all been learning and we've all been challenged with having to pivot and just adjust to our new norm. So this question is to both of you, but, you know, what would you say is, you know, a major lesson that you've learned over the breadth of your career, you know, being in this space of coaching and managing people?
You know, I'm happy to share. And I also just want to say, like, remember when the Australian forest fires were the big story?
Right.
And, you know, what I will also say to that, Desiree, is what is really rich about this right now is that everyone I know, everyone I talk to inside and outside of my practice is learning so much about who they are and what they care about. And so if there's anything that I can implore all of you to do, it is to think on that, journal on that, talk to someone about it, because you are making decisions, whether you're conscious about it right now or not, that are going to impact the rest of your life. Okay, but back to your original question. Which was it was advice for navigating COVID, or Desiree?
Well, sorry about that. Yeah. So essentially the question was, what's a major lesson that you've learned over the course of your career?
Yeah. And it's a lesson that I learned, you know, before I came to coaching, I worked in sales and business development. And it's a lesson that transcends both that and my coaching work, which is that we succeed when we work towards optimization versus remediation. Right. And so the more that we lean into our strengths instead of mitigating our weaknesses, the more we sprint to the things that excite us instead of worrying about minimizing the things that stress us out, the more our impact touches other people, the happier we are. And the more we're really setting ourselves up for excellent opportunities and excellent executions across our work lives.
Oh, I absolutely love that. It's literally the beauty of stepping into your genius zone. And it takes a lot of people some time to really figure that out and stop playing up their weaknesses, but really, like, you know, leaning in on those strengths and being okay with, these are my strengths. This is what I'm good at, and I'm going to walk in that. So I love that. Francesca, anything to add?
So I would say, as you know, going from an individual contributor role into a manager role myself, that one of the biggest lessons learned was to avoid the trap and the tendency of trying to solve every problem for the team member, and just rather using it as a teaching moment and guiding and sharing insight at the right time, letting them gain, you know, their own valuable experience along the way. And in general, that coaching is most effective when it's collaborative.
Yes.
I like keep that statement at the top of all my like one-on-one documents, because that's, you know, I truly believe that, you know, ask the team member, what are they passionate about? What are some strengths that they want to build? And ask them to come up with ideas around that and make a plan, you know, and then you can pitch some ideas also on areas that you think they can work on and develop that will help improve their careers. But definitely a collaborative approach is really important.
Absolutely. And I want to actually take a break from the questions that I have because we have some juicy stuff going on in the chat box. So I see one question that's really great. Let's see here. So this question says, do you have any advice to coaches starting their journey in this current time? So this is actually a trend that I've seen quite a bit too. So people have been inside for a large amount of time and people are thinking about starting side hustles and getting into entrepreneurship. And coaching is of interest to a lot of folks. So what advice would you give? Maybe I'll hand this over to you, Randy, but what advice would you give to people who are interested in starting coaching practices right now?
And Desiree, I'll share some of these tips. Whoever suggested that, you can find me on LinkedIn, Randy with an I, Braun. I actually teach a business development course for coaches and I host open office hours. We can talk about business development or anything twice a week. But I'll just give you a few tips because I did come to my coaching business from business development. And I know there are a lot of coaches who are actually really thriving right now, even though, you know, the economy is down and markets are tight. And so just a few tips. Number one is just to reach out to people and really be a connector, right? Be there to serve, be a space where they can talk. Another piece of advice I have is to be a thought leader. That's more democratic than ever. Start posting on Instagram, writing your thoughts on LinkedIn, sharing articles that interest you. And then my third tip is don't be afraid to ask for the business. So I was in New York pre-COVID, having dinner with my family after I'd come up to New York, Desiree, to have a big pitch meeting with a big corporate client. My brother's sitting at the table. He works for a large global organization. He goes, hey, would you want to talk to the woman who heads up women's initiatives at my global company? And I was like, of course I would. Why wouldn't you think to suggest this? And you know what he said to me, Desiree? You didn't ask, so I just didn't know. And, you know, coming off my sales and business development career, I was like, oh, shame on you, right? And we ultimately did talk and have a great conversation, but don't be afraid to reach out to people, to serve, to share your ideas. And then when it feels right or when someone can make that introduction, just kindly ask for it in a respectful, non-transactional way.
Yes, that is such good advice. That was literally, I feel like that we probably should have paid for that advice because it was so good. But it's completely true. Yes, this has been a very tough time for a lot of people, but I could actually say that my business has done extremely well over the past 3 months. I had my most profitable month in business in April, you know, at the height of COVID. Yeah. And it comes from leaning in, right? You know, so LinkedIn is such a huge platform for me and my business. And even when I was a corporate employee, you can very well brand yourself as an entrepreneur on LinkedIn and demonstrate that thought leadership. I get pretty much all my speaking engagements, press opportunities, clients from LinkedIn, from literally posting organic content marketing. Like that's how I got this speaking engagement. So honestly, I think that that's such great advice. And now is the time, like, especially online businesses. If you want to create an online business in the coaching space, this is a great time to do it. I would just say, get some advice in terms of breaking through those mental roadblocks, because mindset tends to be what holds people back the most.
I have a question for Randy. Do you have any like best practices or things that work well to have coaching sessions like virtually, kind of in this new world? What would be your recommendations on those?
Yeah, absolutely. So even before COVID started, I was working with clients in every time zone of the United States. And it's a little counterintuitive because coaching is all about connection. I'm actually anti-video chat. So right now, Francesca, for me to see you and you to see me and us to see Desiree, I need like the light to be right, the internet. They're bandsawing construction, no joke, outside that door right there, right? I actually find, and I recommend this to a lot of my coaching clients as well who manage teams, is actually try using the phone, right? Like you might have a better conversation, not just with your coachee, but Francesca, for someone like you in the corporate space with a direct report, if they can take it while they're out on a walk in the neighborhood, especially if it's not technical, like you mentioned, it's really about connection and collaboration. Sometimes being forced to sit in the Zoom box can actually limit our connection and collaboration potential. Even though we can see each other, we can actually go deeper sometimes when we go analog on audio only. So that's a piece of advice I have, not just for coaches, but for corporate coaches and managers as well.
Great.
Yeah, that's a really great point.
That's a great question. Thank you for that, Francesca. I want to take another question from the chat box here. So we have a question from Elena that says, how do you keep motivation present in your coachees over the long term? So I guess maybe this question, how I'm perceiving it is sometimes over the breadth of a coaching relationship, there may be a loss of motivation and, you know, people might start to lose steam a little bit. So I guess, how do you keep that morale high? How do you keep the engagement and motivation high during that coaching relationship?
So I have some thoughts there, and Desiree obviously would welcome yours, and I'm sure Francesca has experienced this with some of her direct reports. There's a few things for me, and I'm sure Desiree, you coach the same way. There's a lot of accountability structures that you and I build as coaches to help make sure that we're holding that big picture agenda and big picture set of goals for our coachees. But the other thing I'm not afraid to do, and I recommend it again to all of, not just the coaches I work with, but all of the corporate folks as well, is get curious. Ask the person, it sounds like this doesn't have the same level of resonance, or it sounds like you're less excited. And instead of feeling like you have to have all the answers, get curious with them about what's changed for them. And just listening and opening that can just be so fruitful in really understanding what's going on and then pivoting from there.
Absolutely. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I thought you were unmuting yourself, Francesca. Sorry about that.
All right. I think Randy answered that really well.
Awesome. Okay. All right. So we have another question here about certifications. So this is a question I get quite often from people who are interested in coaching and even current coaches as well. But what certifications are useful in the coaching industry? This is a little bit of a controversial question if you ask.
It is.
It is. So yeah, I don't want to keep putting you on the spot, Randy, but and I'm going to add my 2 cents as well on this one, but what are your thoughts on that?
It's really interesting. A coaching skill is bottom lining. So let me just bottom line and say coaching, credentialing and certifications in the coaching world is a little political and fraught, and there's lots of different opinions. There is a centralized body called the International Coach Federation, who many people consider to be the gold standard. Mm-hmm. A lot of individual coaching organizations have their own credentials, many of which are exorbitantly expensive. Yes. I will say the most important thing a great coach can do is train well and coach all the time, coach as much as they can. And really, if you are doing that, it's very easy to credential and certify and just count up those hours and take the exams. But International Coach Federation is widely considered to be the gold standard and is also the most cost-effective way to do it.
Yes, I would definitely agree. And to be honest, I do know some very, very effective coaches who are not certified. I know some coaches who run practices and they produce results and it really incite change in their clients that some credentialed coaches do not do. So that's why I said that the question was a little bit controversial, because some, in some cases you absolutely need those credentials, especially kind of when you're in the corporate coaching space. But you have some coaches who run private online course businesses and things like that, and they're producing results and they don't have those certifications. But ICF is definitely widely known as the gold star. So thank you for that.
Keep putting me on the spot.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it literally, these are all questions about coaching, like coaching practices. Awesome. So I'm going to go back to the last question that I have here. So in addition to coaching, how do you stay up to date on industry trends and essentially keep your skills sharp in your respective spaces? To both of you.
I'll let Francesca.
Yes. All right, I will go right ahead. I would say first, attending conferences like this one. I actually attended my first ever conference last fall, and I wish I had done it sooner because of the ideas that you can gain from there, finding new inspirations, networking, breakout sessions where you can like really practice what you're learning in that session. And also there you can build your network. And from your network, you can learn so much through everything that is shared on LinkedIn, on medium.com. and books, audiobooks as well. I recently read one called Thanks for the Feedback. It was recommended by my old manager, and it was around how to receive feedback well. But it really helped to make me understand how someone would perceive feedback and kind of the where the defensiveness might come from and why, and that helped me to learn how to give better feedback as well.
Excellent.
There's a podcast called The Modern Manager, kind of spans across topics around, you know, teams, one-on-one relationships with employees, meetings, all of that. I've really enjoyed all of those resources to help, you know, keep my skills sharp and keep learning.
Yeah, I love the conference piece. I've been going to so many virtual conferences over the past couple of months, and it's definitely made my skills a lot sharper and just keeping me up to date on what's going on and industry trends. So I love that one. Randy, what about you?
Yeah, a few very quick things, you know, just to kind of lightning round this. Number one, I'm always trying to level up. So whether that's conferences, books, I also spend a lot of time talking to my peers in the coaching space and listening and learning from them, sounding things out with them when I need a sounding board. That's one. Number two is I purposely try to put myself in situations where I'm learning new things or I'm getting uncomfortable. That's where the growth happens for my clients. So that's where the growth happens for me. And I love using my own coach as a way to do that. And then lastly, I feel like I learn and grow from my clients all the time, right? Anytime they're having a moment of transformation or an aha moment, that evokes something very powerful for me as well, something where I'm learning about how I can do that for them again in the future or bring it to somebody else. So those are just a few quick things, whether you're a coach or you work in an office, where I think every one of us can do those three things.
Oh, I love it. This was such an amazing conversation. We are just about out of time. So for the last kind of parting words, I wanted to give you an opportunity to share how people can keep in contact with you. So where can people find you guys?
I'm putting mine in the chat, Francesca, if you want to go first.
Sure, I can do that as well. You can find me on LinkedIn, Francesca Hernandez at Expedia Group. Yeah, I'm not super active on there yet, but I definitely check it and look forward to connecting with all of you.
Awesome. And Randy put her information in the chat box. And if you guys want to keep up with me, you can find me on LinkedIn at Desiree Booker, on Instagram at Desiree D Booker. I'm on both equally. I want to say thank you so much to Power to Fly for having us. This is an amazing opportunity. You guys are doing great work. And I look forward to more conversations as the conference wraps up.
Thank you all so much. This was excellent. I just so appreciate all of you making time for us today and joining us at the summit. Just awesome to have you guys involved, and we just all really appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. So as we are bringing our next speakers on board, I'm going to just take a second to go through a few housekeeping things. So as a reminder to anyone on the track right now, this is the inclusion track. Don't forget to check out other tracks as well. There's other amazing speakers, future of work, impact, engineering, across the board. But as ever, we're very happy to have you here as well. Also outside of the summit, just as like a reminder for anyone who's new to the Power to Fly community, we actually do daily virtual chats all the time, daily, not weekends typically, but we do virtual chats all the time. Always happy to have people join us. They're free. They're a great way to network with the community, and we do fantastic topics. So hopefully, if this is the first time you've joined us here at the summit, you'll come into the fold of the Power to Fly community, because we're happy to have you. So other things, just to kind of make sure we're all on the same page. As you may have figured out by now, your video and audio will remain off, or your mic will remain off for this talk, but we'd still always love to hear from you. Please include any comments in the chat, questions in the Q&A. We're going to get to as many as we possibly can. If you're looking for SHRM credits, top left corner is the code that will work for you. I know we had some issues earlier, but that should work to redeem for your professional development credits. I'd also like everyone just to take a second to check out the code of conduct in the chat. just helps to ensure that we all have a great experience. But everyone has been really fantastic, and you all have been contributing great things to the chat. So it's really been lovely to be able to be in there with you guys and see what y'all are saying. So otherwise, happy to move right along into our panel. We are going to be talking about return to work programs. What's changed in a virtual world? We're joined today by Carol Fishman Cohen, the chair and co-founder of iRelaunch, Kaylee Young, principal recruiter at Raytheon Technologies, Dawn Leeks, CEO at the Lioness Group, and this is all going to be led by Lynn Loker, partner at Davis Wright Tremaine. Oh, sorry if I didn't say that right. But otherwise, we're thrilled to hear from you all. Lynn, I'm happy to just pass it right over to you. Oh, we got a bunch of videos not on yet. All right, I see cameras coming on. Lynn, are you with us?
Oh, there we go.
Awesome.
There I am, and we need Kaylee, and then we're set to go.
Hi, I'm trying to get a hold of you guys. I've been sending emails. I can't, because of Raytheon DoD Zoom sent to my personal email, so I can open it on my personal computer. I don't have a camera on my work computer. I've emailed everybody and their mother. Sorry.
No worries. I might have just missed the message, but totally fine. You can just be, the mysterious voice.
Well, if I can just get the Zoom link sent to my personal email that I keep messaging, I can get on video.
Okay. Yep. I'll make sure that we get on that. Thank you.
Why don't we go, Abigail, should we go ahead and get started, and maybe we'll, Kaylee can be joining us while she's anonymous, and when she gets on the video, we'll see her in person. So thank you for having all of us, Abigail. It's really my honor to moderate this conversation among three thought leaders. And I'm going to let our experts introduce themselves a little bit more fulsomely and tell a little bit about their background. Carol, do you want to go first?
Sure, Lynn. Hi, everyone. I'm Carol Fishman Cohen. I'm the chair and co-founder of iRelaunch. And at iRelaunch, we work with over 100 employers on their return to work programs and manage a community of over 80,000 relaunchers, or people who are returning to work after a career break. And I myself am a relauncher. I have a finance background, and I was a financial analyst, and I took an 11-year career break and then came back to a financial analyst role before starting iRelaunch. Nice to meet all of you.
Dawn, how about you?
Hi, I'm Dawn Leeks. I'm the CEO of the Lioness Group. We own Lioness for the Female Entrepreneur, which is a news publication focused on female entrepreneurs. And so we cover everything about women who are launching new businesses and disrupting industries to women running, very successful multi-million-dollar enterprises. And then the Lioness Group also does offer coaching and training programs for female entrepreneurs and professional women.
And Kaylee, are you off mute to tell us about yourself?
I am here.
Good.
Hi, everyone. I am Kaylee Young. I've been with Raytheon Technologies for just hitting a year this week, actually. I have been in recruitment for 18 years in all sorts of various industries. And my focus, I'm the program diversity manager, and I focus on female hires within Raytheon Technologies, specific to Raytheon Intelligence and Space. I also manage our Re-Empower Relaunch program, and we are happy. We work with Carol. I know she's been a part of our community and helping get all of that situated with our candidates. And we are getting ready to start a new cohort for the second time with Raytheon Intelligence and Space in September. So excited to be here.
Great, thank you. Well, just a few notes about myself. I'm a lawyer. I've practiced in the M&A and corporate finance area for over 35 years. And more recently, I've been focused on an initiative I started, Project W, which helps women build great companies. So I come at this topic from two areas, from the legal profession, where off-ramping and relaunching is a huge problem and a big opportunity. And also in my work with female founders like Dawn, I see a lot of women who are founding their own companies as a way to relaunch and have a second career. So I'm really excited about hearing what all of you have to say. So let's dive right into it. And I'd like to start at sort of the 40,000 foot level. Not quite in space where Kaylee is, but a little bit further down in the stratosphere, and really talk about the value proposition of relaunching after being out of the workforce. So Carol, and the term where I'm going to use, which I gather is something that you may have coined, returnships. You speak about, or you work with companies across all different industry sectors in terms of return to work programs. What are the successful ones and what kind of value do they add to the businesses?
Sure, Lynn. First of all, just a clarification on the word returnship. So that was actually coined by Goldman Sachs, which started the very first returnship program in 2008, and they called it returnship, and they trademarked the name. So that was the origin of the word returnship. But since then, the name has been used more generically to describe an internship-like experience for people who are returning to work after a multi-year career break. And there are different models of return to work programs, but returnships is probably the most popular one. They're typically 12 to 16 week paid either roles or projects that get done within a company. And they got started because originally companies perceived it risky to hire people who are coming off of career breaks. And so the returnship was a way to test out the working relationship before having to make a hiring decision. And being able to base that hiring decision on an actual work sample instead of a series of interviews. And so, originally that was the basis, and we can talk about this later, but these programs started out mostly as gender diversity initiatives. But the returnship model has been a very successful model because of all the companies that we work with and other companies in general that we track, the conversion rate or the percentage of people who go on to get hired after the program completes averages over 80%. So it's been a very effective way of helping people transition back after a career break. And there's usually programming and mentorship and orientations and different components that help ease this transition back over the period of weeks of the internship program.
Interesting. That it really a wonderful way of tapping into a talent pool.
Yes.
Let me turn to Dawn actually and do a little bit of a pivot. Dawn, you work with entrepreneurs, and for women who've been out of the workforce, or men, but we're sort of focused on gender diversity here. For women who've been out of the workforce, starting your own business is an alternative to relaunching with a large corporation. Can you talk a little bit about the challenges you see when women have been out of the workforce and are really starting to build a company as a second career, and what sort of skill sets you think are important to launch that second career as your own business?
Yeah, well, it's funny because one of the things that we talk about women being just great at generally and naturally is collaborating.
Yeah.
But one of the things we see when people start their businesses, when women start businesses, they tend to really be solopreneurs. They're hesitant to bring on a team. They're hesitant to ask for help. And these are some of the things that lead businesses to fail. And so I definitely would say one of the first things, and honestly, in building my own business, I would have done this much sooner had I just realized, but really building a team, getting key people in place that have the complementary skills that you do not have. Because I think we also, as women, we want to have everything perfect before we kind of reveal it to the world. And we want to have all our ducks in a row. And a lot of times, especially with startup, I mean, the thing is kind of fail fast. Get something out, get a product out, get feedback so that you can make necessary changes based on customer feedback and try to grow the business that way. And so I think when and I just saw a question come through. I'm sorry, I got distracted. But I think when we think about building a team, there are a lot of creative ways that you can build a team. I saw a question come through about how can you build a team without funding? You know, sometimes people are willing to work for equity. You know, I think if you're trying to return to work and you're really flexible about what your pay needs to look like, there's a lot of things that you can do. You know, people may do a trade with you for a little bit of equity. Sometimes people just are really passionate about what you're doing and they're willing to donate some time. Also, if you visit accelerator programs and things like that, there are people out there who are willing to help you and add to your team. I had a woman from an accelerator program sit down with me for 3 hours and go through my QuickBooks. Listen, that was a lifesaver. And so I think, but I want to drive that home about building a team, about outsourcing things, not trying to become an expert in everything in your business, because you're not. And I think as far as people coming back to the workforce, I mean, women in general, some of the things that we see are, people dealing with imposter syndrome, the confidence gap. Who am I to do this at this time? You know, who do I think I am to go out and do that? And so I think having a strong support system around you, and really, looking for the resources that are available to you. There are communities of women. I know of one called Second Act Women, and it's really all about women who are in their second act. They're either building a business or returning to work, and they're there to support you. And so I think really thinking more broadly, not feeling like I have to do this myself, remembering that even though we are a culture that's obsessed with youth, there is data that shows that businesses started by older people are more successful. And really, I'm sorry, I keep getting distracted by little things. I'm like by little chats and things. I'm sorry. And so I think just remembering those things and really putting a support system in place for yourself. Yeah.
So Kaylee is now with us. Welcome, Kaylee. I mean, you're with us. You were with us, but now you're with us completely. And you're going to need to unmute because
I'm here.
Great. Welcome. There are a lot of interesting points that Dawn made that also apply to reentry into a corporate environment. And it's clear from your introduction that you've had at Raytheon a lot of experience bringing with the returnship and bringing people into your corporate culture and having them thrive. So if you could tell us a little bit about what you've learned through that process and maybe some comments about how you see those programs working in the next few months, given the fact that we're all virtual and the pandemic has wrought a lot of changes.
Sure. So I really think that looking at the last cohort, the first time that Raytheon participated in a relaunch program, for me, it was more on the influencing of the hiring managers. That's where I had to do some learning. As a recruiter, we're taught to influence on both sides of the house, right? The hiring manager and the candidate, whether that's critiquing, whether that's giving feedback and those different areas. And so for us, I think it was more on the internal piece as far as, really trying to influence the hiring managers and coming over the hurdle of someone being out of work for 2 or more years. What do they still bring to the table? How are they of value? Where do they show a benefit? That was probably the harder of the cell. Candidates are ready to get in there. They have great skill sets. So I think really from a relaunch perspective, it's really more on the internal side and doing more of the trainings with your hiring managers and your teams, and making sure that they realize that just because someone's been out doesn't make them less in a skill set or a value to a company.
Actually, there's a great question that came through that I'm going to lob over to Carol, since she works with, as we were talking about earlier, works with companies in a variety of different industries. And this is someone who's actually knows about iRelaunch and is in the oil and gas industry, which is, I think, a very male-dominated industry, and is wondering how adaptable companies in that area or in that sector are to some of these programs on returning to work.
Right. So we do see return to work activity across a whole range of industry sectors, and oil and gas has started to participate. Now, of course, the oil and gas sector is being pummeled right now, and it's you know, just completely aside from anything to do with relaunching, it's just a tough environment. But we have seen activity there. Most recently, Chevron started their Welcome Back program last year and just launched their inaugural cohort. And we have also seen some activity with Shell and BP. So we are seeing the, I wouldn't say that the programs are huge, but we are certainly seeing the beginnings of return to work, organized return to work programming activity inside the oil and gas sector for sure.
And Kaylee, in the defense sector, and are you seeing any uptick or sort of downturn given the pandemic?
You know, I would say there's probably an uptick in candidates in general, not necessarily just for a relaunch and a return to work. I think people are also being a little bit more picky given the pandemic. Raytheon Technologies is doing everything they need to do per government and CDC guidelines. And I think that is sought after. It does make it a little harder, obviously, in the new virtual world, if you've been out of work for quite some time, to return to work and then continue to just stay at home. But again, I think that we've taken some pretty good measures as far as your team getting a buddy, you know, and having all of that information at your hands. We do bring the new hires on for new hire paperwork for the first half of the first day to do I-9 paperwork. They make sure that they get their assets and are assisted in getting online. And I think that's a big deal as well. Instead of just saying, hey, we're going to ship you your computer, good luck.
Right.
Here's the IT number. So I think having that also really pushes us to be sought after.
Yeah, great. There's a great question that came in sort of that speaks to me. So I told you already that I practiced law for over 35 years. So this is a question that I think is really interesting, and it's about ageism and how that can be a deadly combination for women. And so I'm interested in hearing, particularly from Carol and Kaylee, about reentry into corporate environments, and Dawn, in terms of just if you're 55 years old or 60 years old and want to start your own business, what are some of the tips you have? But let's start with Carol on what you see in your, you know, how challenging it is for if you're middle-aged or older to make that reentry.
Well, the return to work population is traditionally in their 40s and 50s. It is an older and sometimes even in their 60s. So part of you know, what's typical in these programs is that's the age group that's coming back in. So because we're seeing such high quality candidates, we're seeing the programs that get established within companies expand based on merit, even though they might have started as a gender or other diversity initiative. We are, because the caliber of the candidate is so high, that's one of the reasons we're seeing these high conversion rates. So that's one piece of it. So people should be encouraged because there are more and more of these return to work programs around, and because they work, and the older population is the target. The other piece is that what we say just in general in terms of ageism, that the antidote to ageism is subject matter expertise. And this also feeds into the confidence piece that Dawn was mentioning, that you need to get back up to speed in your field, especially if you've been away for a while, and you need to find out who the experts are and read everything and think about the controversial issues and the new products and why the old products aren't being used anymore. So you are completely conversant in all of these issues. And if you are, then if you're at events or have other opportunities to speak with people in your field or in an interview, they are going to be much more focused on the substance of what you're talking about. If you can have a lot of give and take and reference books and articles and controversies and what you've just read, and they'll focus much more on that than they're going to focus on how old you are or how long you've been out of the workforce.
Right. Kaylee, any thoughts from your end about ageism?
Yeah, I'm a salesperson at heart as a recruiter, right? So you really kind of have to find the sell. And I think with that, it's maturity, it's experience. You really kind of have to separate the Gen X and what, the all about me persona, and really let the hiring manager know that this person has the maturity and experience where they may lack in up-to-date technology. They can pick that up fast. They're going to be here on time. They're going to have the ability to work longer hours, or, be able to address your leadership team in a more appropriate manner, and look at someone that can move up fast. And I think that those are more of the soft conversations that we do have to have, and sometimes a little harder, but there's definitely, that's just something we have to do.
Right. And Dawn, what have you seen when a woman has been out of the workforce for a while and decides she's going to start her own company? Is it more challenging when you're older, or is it easier because you've got all this experience to bring to bear and more connections?
Well, I think it's a mixed bag because of you're having more experience and having, probably deeper social and stronger social networks. You're probably able to access maybe friends and family capital, and, obviously you have the emotional intelligence and some things that can really help you effectively put together a business. But when we start talking about bias, in the startup world, hey, it's there. It's strong. I mean, there have been studies, Harvard did a study where they had, women and men pitched the exact same companies, and the men were getting funded, and the women weren't. And it was the exact same pitch. The only difference was that a woman was given a pitch. So you have you have venture capitalists that are asking questions of women and have expectations of women in business that they just don't have for men, and college students with no experience at all. And so I think for that, just being prepared, if you are trying to raise capital, they're looking for more traction from you than they'd be looking for from somebody else. They're looking for, prototypes and just more evidence that this is going to work. What I would say is the excellent news for any woman trying to return and start a business is that you don't necessarily need to raise capital depending on your business, and you can go direct to customer. We have social media. You can speak directly to your potential customers and do your interviews and find out exactly what they want, and then cater your product or service to exactly what they need and deliver it to them. And so you can start making money. And even if you need to raise money after that, I mean, you can really go out and make a case that makes you undeniable, regardless of whatever somebody's thinking in terms of ageism or sexism or racism, whatever it is, and just, you can really still be successful. So that's one of the good things about, the time that we're living in,
Right. Great. That's great advice, to be thinking more broadly about how you build a company. There was a comment in the chat room that I want to sort of leverage off of to turn to a slightly different theme. And it was from, we were talking about ageism, and it was someone commented, not only ageism, but I'm a woman of color and I'm 65. So I'm going to turn a little bit to the theme of this summit, which is Reboot Diversity. And, you know, this is a real moment right now. We're in the midst of two crises, a pandemic, and then a national reckoning with the consequences of systemic racism. And, you know, I know after the Great Recession, at least in the legal profession, that there was a real reversal in the progress we had made in becoming a more diverse workforce. It was just when people left the workforce, they got laid off. And I want to talk a little bit about what steps companies can take to make sure that they're leveling the playing field when people come back into the workforce. So, Kaylee, I'm curious also from Raytheon's perspective, is if you see your relaunch programs as a way to positively impact the diversity in your workforce. And you're in a very, you know, the defense industry is a pretty male dominated industry, but
white male.
Yeah, white male. So
we'll call it.
Share with us if you found you can use this program really as a tool to advance diversity.
You know, absolutely. What's funny is I was just on a call this morning, and I think Raytheon Technologies has done a fantastic job even before, you know, 2020 has taken place. From a diversity and inclusion standpoint, I mean, obviously from a woman's standpoint, they thought enough of bringing in more women into the company where they created my role specifically, and that is my sole purpose. We also have a diversity inclusion department. That's all they focus on. And I think that Raytheon Technologies has recognized its history and that we do mimic and where our world is going, and having a diverse workforce only puts us in a better position with our customers and where we are. I really do feel like we can use all of the things that are going on in our world to push forward. We've always had some sort of view on people of color, women, veterans, disability. And I really think that everything that's gone on actually just kind of puts everyone's eyes on it a little harder, which will only increase those. We've always had it, but I think it'll just put a little bit more of a spotlight on those areas. So I'm using it as a step stool to definitely increase the diversity within Raytheon Technologies.
That's great, and hopefully other companies will follow suit. And Carol, I'm wondering, again, with your work across a breadth of industries and types of companies, what do you see in terms of best practices, and what can companies learn in terms of using the relaunching programs as a way to enhance diversity?
Right. Well, you know, if you look at the history of these programs, they started on Wall Street. So as I mentioned, Goldman Sachs was the original one, but that was 2008. The next wave, and part of that was there was a recession in there, was JP Morgan Chase started in 2013, and then MetLife and Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan, MetLife and Morgan Stanley started in 2014. And Credit Suisse also that year. So we had this origination of these programs, and they came about because there was a sense of urgency, because all of a sudden these companies, these Wall Street firms, realized we don't have enough women in mid to senior level roles. And that was a result of a long period of time of women just leaving at different stages, even though they might have started at entry level more at 50-50. And I know that that was mirrored also in the legal field, that we saw that kind of trend. And then as of 2015, that actually happened to be the year that at iRelaunch, we started co-leading with the Society of Women Engineers, the STEM Reentry Task Force, which is a big group of companies of which Raytheon and United Technologies, now combined Raytheon Technologies, is a part. 32 global giants are part of this program, and they each commit to launching a return to work program That's more focused on the technical side, even though the industries involved range from automotive to industrial equipment to aerospace and defense, a whole range of industries, but the programs themselves originated on the tech side. So we have legal, there's the On-Ramp Fellowship, which does a lot of work in legal reentry. So we see legal, we see finance, we see technology in terms of functional areas, and then we see all these different industry sectors. But they all have in common that originally they started focusing on women, but then as I mentioned, as the programs become entrenched in the companies, they start to expand based on their merit because the participants, and Kaylee was referencing this, the quality of the pool in terms of their maturity and their education and their work experience, but their life stage. If you think about the life stage, it's a very stable life stage. And I think this also dovetails with what Dawn's saying about who makes a great entrepreneur. So people in their 40s and 50s have this very stable life stage. They make great employees, and they're so excited and enthusiastic about coming back precisely because they've been away from it for a while. So we see that enthusiasm injected into the work teams where relaunchers are participating. And all of that combined has resulted in these great conversion rates. And I would say best practices include bringing everyone together for an orientation at the beginning. So even if they're located in different places, they come together and see each other as a large cohort. Having cohort coaching, this is something that we do. We coach the cohort at the midpoint and the end point. There's programming, mentors, buddies, lunch and learns, with executives in the company. And then as there are more and more relaunchers who have graduated from these programs and are alumni inside the organization, then you have that whole alumni piece, whereas the people who have already relaunched their careers are now mentoring and paying it forward to the new people who are coming in.
You mentioned coaching the cohorts, and Dawn, you are a coach and do a lot of coaching. What tips would you have for a woman who is in her 40s or 50s and is looking to either go back to a large company or start her business? I mean, what guidance would you give? And it's a broad question, but maybe the top 3 things to think about.
Well, I think if somebody's interested in starting a business and they have a business idea, I would encourage them to plug into the startup community or the entrepreneur community in their area, because there's a lot of resources there. So accelerator programs and mentorship programs where you can get some of the help that you need. I think probably anybody would need to do some sort of skills assessment, right? And I think sometimes you have transferable skills that you haven't thought about. Even when I was younger, I didn't have a lot of, I wanted a job that I actually ended up getting. And I was just like, how can I don't have the experience for this job, but I was a member of a sorority. And in that sorority, I planned many major fundraisers. And so I was like, oh, wait a minute, that's event planning, and I was able to say, okay, some of my community service work that I've been doing, I have the transferable skills to go and get this job, and I was able to get it. And so I think sometimes people may be thinking, I've been out of it for so long, how can I run a business or what can I do? But there are things that we're good at. And sometimes where you are in your life can prime you to see opportunities in the market that other people can't see. I mean, we just did a story not too long ago on a company called Hello Again, and it was founded by 2 empty nesters, and they had just taken a trip. Their kids are gone. They're taking a trip to LA to find out what the big deal with cannabis is. They just wanted to check it out. It's a recreational trip, okay? And when they started seeing some of the benefits of cannabinoids and things like that, they thought, oh my goodness, this might help with menopause, and they produced the product, a really innovative product to help women with that stage of life. And then once they launched it, learned that, other demographics want this for not for menopause, but for other issues around menstruation and everything. So I think, sometimes just being who you are in the stage of life you're in, you can see opportunities that other people might not see. And so, of course, I'm going to advocate for anybody, get a coach, because a coach can help you bring out those skills and bring out a clear direction for you. But yeah, that's what I would say.
And you'll share your you'll share your contact information in the chat room. I hope.
Absolutely.
I do have something to add there.
Oh,
so
please.
There is it's called Lead Like a Mother. And it is a program. It was written by a lady. We have used it internally to explain, to some of the hiring managers what it means to be a woman and the skill sets. And I would encourage anyone that's out there, if you've been at home and you're not really sure what kind of skill sets you have to offer because you've been at home, I would say look up Lead Like a Mother. It talks about running a household and the finances and the operations on the day-to-day that you do actually go through, but you don't really connect, holding a calendar and all of the things that you do to a skill set in the workforce. And it is a really good way to kind of connect those dots if you need to figure out, what to put on a resume and what you've been doing. So it's called Lead Like a Mother. It's a really neat, short, just a couple of, PowerPoint things. And it's just been really neat to kind of see and use that.
Great. It sounds like a wonderful resource, because I think a lot of men are now learning what it's like to lead like a mother, because they're doing work in the house. I want to combine there are a couple of questions that go back to the ageism question, but more broadly than that. And I think Kaylee, maybe I'll address it first to you. It's how do you overcome the initial barriers that might be erected in that first interview, whether it's someone doubting your abilities and you have to, you don't even get to the point where you get to talk about your expertise, or they look at you and think, boy, she's just too old to be able to do that. How do you make it over that hurdle to get to the substantive conversation?
So I'm going to answer that in two different ways. What my personal take would be, I would say, if you're in an interview and you can already tell the interviewer is glossed over and not paying attention, do you really want to work for this person? Is this going to be an environment that's conducive to you, in generally speaking, at all? Right. So you don't want to take a job anywhere that you're kind of like, ugh, do I like this person? Can I work with this person? No, but I just need a job. The right job is out there. And so just be leery of those things. Second of all, I would say make them listen. I have a personality where I can make a joke. Start off with some personal stuff, like, do they have kids? Do you see a picture of a boat or maybe a map? Make a connection with this person so that at the end of the day, they've interviewed 5 people. They remember having that connection with you and you have the ability to follow up. I think follow up is a really big aspect to this. Stay memorable. And I would make them listen. I have more of a dominant personality. So if I catch somebody not paying attention, I'm like, hey, let me tell you what I bring to the table. So I kind of make them listen, but not everybody has that ability. So again, question if you want to be there, if this is the right person that you want to work for. And if it is, make them listen. Hey, look, I know that I've been out of work, but I've raised my kids and here's what I bring to the table. Or here's what I can give you. Here's what you should expect from me. Show them, give them that. And I think a lot of times, especially for women, we don't hold ourselves accountable and we don't do that. We don't speak up for ourselves. And so I do encourage that all across the board.
Can I chime in on that?
Please.
So following up on what Kaylee said, I would say something like, I did not apply for this job on a whim. I applied for this job after a lot of thought and deliberation of where I can add the most value to my employer, because that's one of my goals. And so that's sometimes advice that we give people when they're applying to something that feels like maybe it's more junior than what they left. And people are like, aren't you overqualified for this? And you have to educate the recruiter or the interviewer to say, this in my life stage, this is exactly where I want to be right now, because I know that I can deliver excellent results to you and manage my life outside of work. And here's why. Let me explain. About when I worked for Company X, we faced very similar challenges. Let me tell you about one of them. And then that means, of course, you have to memorize an anecdote from each of your prior work experience to be able to jump in and use then. But that is a really good way to sort of address the issue, their hesitation, and then jump right into why you're the best person for the job. But the other thing that I'll say is, this is the beauty of programs like Raytheon Technologies reEmpower, is that you have to have a career break to be eligible to apply for that program. And we feel like we really come full circle on that, because it used to be career break on the resume gets tossed right out. Now career break on the resume is the reason you are eligible to apply. So the recruiting around those kinds of programs, and Kaylee, please back me up here if you want to come in. But the whole idea is that the recruiter team knows that they are talking to people who are coming off of a career break, because that's their target population.
Absolutely. And I get a lot of referrals, you know, people that already work for us and their wives or their husbands have been at home raising children, and they're like, well, hey, you know, I can get you in here because you've been at home. Let's get you out. Let's get you into the workforce. So I get a lot of referrals, which is great. You know, and I can't encourage you enough. And with Carol, you know, I also would say, have your own expectations, but have realistic expectations. If you've been out of the workforce for 15 years, you're not going to come in making $500,000, you know, at whatever the position is as an admin assistant or whatever. Right. So, know your skill set, know where you are. Like Carol was saying, you know, have all of that, going on. Make sure, sorry, I have a dog.
He has an opinion on this too. So, so Dawn, you know, the question was, you know, how do you get in front? You know, how do you overcome resistance, whether it's because of your age or because you, the recruiter doesn't think you have the skill set. As a coach, what would you tell the folks on the that are listening in how best to overcome those barriers?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Kaylee on this a little bit. You know, sometimes if someone is asking you something outrageous or something, you know, you have a really hard wall there. I kind of think, do I want to work with this person? You know, do I really want to do this? I think in the startup landscape, you come up to people who, I mean, we've had people say, my business partner and I, you know, like, I don't know if you're here because you're Black or what. We're like, well, no, we're here because we have a viable startup idea, that we have traction, we have customers, and we're here because we're trying to build our business. And so I think sometimes just pushing back, calling things out in the moment is just something that we really started picking up. Asking, you know, why are you asking me that particular question? You know, and I don't know that you could do that to an employer, you know what I mean? If you're trying to get a job, but certainly if you're trying to network for, you know, you're deciding to start a business and you're networking and you're trying to figure out partnerships and things, you can certainly push back with people and challenge them to ask, you know, oh, that's an interesting question. Why did you ask me that question? And sometimes just turn it right back on the person. We started doing that. And so it's kind of funny to watch, you know, some of those responses. And generally those are also people that you don't end up working with. But I think
it's like dating.
And so I don't think there's a hard and fast rule for that. You know, I do think definitely advocating for yourself, saying, look, this is who I am. This is what I bring to the table. This is what we've done. I mean, there's so many times that I've had to, you know, in talking to investors and different people, just point to, hey, this is it's a business idea, but we actually have customers. I'm not giving you, it's not projections based on what I hope will happen. We're a real company with real traction, and, you know, that's why we're here. And so I think, you know, pointing back to the facts and the facts about how amazing you are, you know, those are some of the things.
Yeah.
And Dawn, you can attest to this. You're going to get some no's, right?
Yeah. Oh,
I mean, you got to go through so many no's to get your yes. So just be prepared and don't take it personally, and just keep going.
Yeah.
So we're getting some we're getting some really great questions, and I want to try to get to them. I mean, we have been addressing some of them, but there's a question about what if when you relaunch, what if you really want to change your discipline? So, you started out in advertising, but you want to go into a new field. How do, I guess, a couple of things, how do companies who have these programs look at that? And, what's your advice to a relauncher who's wants to get back working, but in a different area? Carol, it looks like you've got some thoughts on that.
Sure. Well, it depends on the company program. There are some programs where they're really looking for people to come back to the field that they were in before and are focused on that population. But we have seen some successful return to work stories that involve career transition. And actually, I should tell people, we have the 321 I Relaunch podcast, and this Friday, we are releasing a podcast on relaunching and career transitioning, where we are interviewing a relauncher who did both. She went from a brand management role inside a consumer products company after her career break and relaunched at a university in career services. So you might want to listen to that. But we have seen people transition by using education and what we call strategic volunteering in order to make that switch. So for example, someone who had a background in media who wanted to get into finance took a certificate program in anti-money laundering. Now, that program cost probably $1,800, and she had to take this program online, but was employed within 2 to 3 months after completing it, because there's a huge demand in regulatory compliance right now. So if you can take the right educational updating, and some of these educational programs are free on edX and Coursera. You can take courses for free or for a nominal amount, but put on your resume recent and relevant coursework, and then go in and try to take a volunteer role. And you can go to idealist.org or volunteermatch.org or catchafire.org. They're all databases of volunteer roles, and put that on your resume too as relevant experience. You don't have to say work experience, just say experience. And that's what you can speak to in giving very specific anecdotes about something that is relevant to what you're trying to transition to.
And internships. I would say if you're going back to school and doing certs, doesn't matter. You're still a graduate. Try to look into some internships that can kind of push you into where the direction you're wanting to go.
And I would just add to that in terms of, if somebody is starting a business and it's outside of their field that they were in when they were working before, that the cool thing about business, people are starting businesses in industries they have no experience in all the time, because they have the right idea. And it's really just about putting together the right team or even getting the right advisors. So if you have an idea, like I have the concept, it's a technical thing. I have no idea how to build it. I went and found a developer. He knows how to build it. I went and found someone who's going to be my CEO. They know how to scale a company. They've already had a successful exit somewhere. You can put together a good team, and you can still be really relevant, as far as launching that business, or you can find advisors who are industry experts. And so I just want to give this tip. You can cold call people. We do it all the time. My business partner, she was a reporter, before we started this business, and she's a great stalker, we say. And so she has a skill where she can get 15 minutes. She can get almost anybody to give us 15 minutes on the phone. And we do it just straight emailing. Hey, this is what we're doing. We've researched you. We see that you have experience in this. And that's how we got one of our mentors. He was like, he was the editor at the Washington Post, so we got a really relevant person for us, running a news company, to come and be one of our mentors. And so you can really just ask people, because a lot of people who have, a lot of experience and they had success and now they're kind of retired, they're looking to help and give back in some way.
Yeah, that's well, be fierce and be bold and figure it out. I want to talk a little bit before we have to wrap up about this new virtual environment in which we find ourselves. A lot of industries, the employees are used to working virtually, and certainly in the startup world, that people are used to working virtually. But law firm, my profession, it's the whole new world. And I don't know, Kaylee, about your Raytheon. I suspect most people have been used to being in a physical office. So I'm curious about how you see relaunch programs working in this virtual environment. Carol, do you want to take that since you've got a really broad
Sure.
overview?
This has been fascinating to watch, and we're watching it in real time. So I would divide these companies into 3 categories. One is the companies that started programs before work from home, before the COVID crackdowns, and
Right.
And so they started in person, and then they had to shift to a work from home in the middle of the program. Then there are companies that hadn't started yet and have now had to start their programs virtually. And then we have the programs like Raytheon Technologies that are recruiting now for an upcoming cohort. And Kaylee, I'll hand it to you for that part of it. But for the initial group, we have seen one company had a 16-week program, and when they went to work from home, they decided to extend it for 2 more months. So the managers and the participants had more time to work together before managers were making a decision about whether they were continuing, and most people are going to be continuing. There was a program that ran for 16 weeks, and it started just 2 weeks before they went to work from home. And they just very seamlessly converted everyone to working from home. And then they added some additional programming. They actually had us do some additional coaching one-on-one with the participants to substitute for programming that was supposed to be in person, but still have those touch points of like regular programming going on. Then we have had a number of programs that have launched virtually. JP Morgan Chase's reentry program just launched virtually. And in fact, Lucida Plummer, who's running that program, is going to speak about that on June 30th for our employer virtual series about how to launch a virtual program. And we have seen a couple of other examples of that. And then I'd say with the exception that we're hearing that companies are canceling their programs. Most of them are recruiting now for programs that are in the fall. They're if they have to on-ramp virtually, they're doing it. And otherwise, maybe they don't know yet, but that it's been pretty much business as usual, and it's been really interesting to see that roll out. Kaylee, sorry, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, Kaylee, what are you doing right now at Raytheon?
So I would really just say same as Carol. I mean, it's been business as usual. So the difference with the DoD is there's a lot of clearance involved. And in order to access your clearance and to work on certain programs, you do have to be on site to activate your clearance. And again, Raytheon Technologies is taking every precaution by the government and CDC guidelines for any of those that do have to be on site. Other than that, it's business as usual. I think the harder part is just making sure everyone's, working the hours they need to work and not more, because it's just easier. You hear your computer ping and you're like, I'm going to go check emails, and then you're in your office for an hour. So I think that in generally speaking, in our new world, I think we're going to see a big switch. Companies are now learning how much they really can work from a virtual platform. We have Zoom, which I wish we had all bought.
Yeah.
Wait,
Kaylee? You have all these different avenues.
Yeah.
So we lost you a little bit there, but I'm curious, Kaylee, about how do you build and maintain culture? I think did we lose Kaylee?
I can just comment on that.
Yeah, when you're remote, interested to hear your perspective.
Keep in mind, and this from the corporate perspective, and Dawn, I'd be really interested in hearing from the entrepreneur perspective, but from the corporate perspective, remember that everyone people are being hired now who did not take career breaks. They're being hired virtually, starting their work virtually, and that's every employee. So the idea that the return to work programs are also now having virtual hiring events, virtual hiring when they come into the company and they still haven't really met anyone in person, that's just what everyone's doing now. So I don't see any difference in return to work versus recruiting generally for people who didn't take career breaks.
Yeah, Kaylee, we sort of lost you there,
Yeah.
but the discussion point was really building and maintaining culture when you're working remotely. And ironically, I've actually found that we're in my office, we're connecting more with people. We're just being purposeful about it.
Yeah, and you do have to work a little hard. I'm going to move around a little bit. There's the new virtual world, the families returning from their destinations for the day. So I would say, a lot of it is, it does take a lot more effort to keep the culture going. Whether that is, sending out more emails and funny text messages. I know for a while, my team and I were sending memes to each other. Mm-hmm. We were taking pictures of our home offices. I've gotten a lot closer. It makes you think a little bit more of who to reach out to because you're not just sitting next to them anymore. It does take a little bit more, but I definitely think it's a positive thing. And you just have to keep that momentum going. You have to recognize it and do it.
Well, I'm looking at the time and we have a few minutes left. So I'd like to wrap up by asking each of you to give a piece of advice, and it could be either to an employer, a company that's thinking about a program like this, or to a relauncher, a woman who is looking to get back into a corporate environment, or Dawn looking to possibly start a company. And Dawn, I'll start with you. What advice would you give someone who's either in your case, it'd probably be looking to get back in the workforce?
Yeah, if they're starting to build a business, as a method to get back out and relaunch, I would just say, just go sell something. I know it sounds so simple and it just sounds basic, but I think you're not going to spend 5 years researching it, trying to get your ducks in a row, only then to present something to the public that they say, no, we don't want that. If you're thinking, oh, I make little jewelry that I want to see if I can sell, go see if somebody will buy it. Mm-hmm. A friend or family member, instead of giving it to them, say, hey, would you pay $10 for this, and see what they would pay and sell it. And then you'll start to know if you have a viable product. I think I do a lot of strategy sessions with entrepreneurs who are toying around with an idea that's been like 18 months and they're still, researching and doing everything. Just go do it. That's the best piece of advice I can give you.
Right. Kaylee, what about you?
Oh, where to begin? I always get torn on those things because as a recruiter and a coach and a consultant, and then, running the relaunch program, I think my biggest thing for anybody, depending on, looking to relaunch your career or just get into a new career or anything, is just be true to what you're looking for. Just go in with that information as far as, this is what I want, this is what I bring to the table, and stay true to that.
Great. And Carol, take us down the last stretch here.
Okay. So I was going to say something similar to Kaylee, like be specific. So it's not like I want to go into finance, but I just took an anti-money laundering course because I'm interested in the compliance and regulatory area of finance. So be as specific as possible and make sure that you have updated skills and you are completely conversant in what's going on in your field before you release yourself out there to have conversations with people who are in the field.
Great. Well, Abigail, if you're still on, I think we're going to say farewell. Thank you, Power to Fly, for having us. Thank you for this amazing panel. I've learned so much. I may be thinking about relaunching, changing from a lawyer to something else. You've inspired me. And thanks to everyone who was on the chat. There was a lot of great comments. So we're signing off. Let's all relaunch.
Good luck to everybody.
Yeah.
Carol,
you.
see you
Good luck.
soon. Talk to you soon, Carol.
Okay,
Bye, Reddy.
bye. Bye.
Bye.
everybody.
Guys, thank you, thank you, thank you. That was a really excellent panel, and I think a really wonderful way. It's always great to like come up with a great panel, right? To just kind of wrap up our day 2 on the inclusion track. So even though we are winding down on this track for now, it doesn't mean that the summit is over for us. Hop over to the main track now. We're having our 3rd keynote of the day with Jacqueline Novogratz and Shiza Razavi. It's going to be an incredible, incredible talk on practices to build a better world. So I hope to see you over on the main track. Hope to see you back on the inclusion track for tomorrow, day 3 of the summit. Thank you all for being incredible and all of your great input in the chat. It's been wonderful. I will see you around the virtual world. Thanks, y'all.